I need music. There we go. Guys, we're here to play D&D. We're late, but we're here.
Dund?
Yes, Dund.
We're playing D&D?
We're playing Dund?
Wow! We're playing D&D.
That's so crazy.
Before that, I've got, yeah.
Points.
Yeah, I see.
She scares me. Like, I know most of my characters are head empty, but come on.
Yo, head gone, girl.
You snatched my weave.
She got that new kind of lobotomy.
We're just gonna fix this manually. I can't be bothered. Let's do this. That. This.
There we go. I'm no longer afraid.
There's that. We're gonna do something about this one. This a little bit. You're gonna lose a little bit of that. I'm just gonna make this bigger. Yeah. And then Jesus.
Yeah.
Obsidian toll.
He's a big boy, but it's okay. You can cut him down.
Yes, you heard him. Off with his knees.
Make it a little bigger. And make it a little bit taller. There we go. You can pull that out of your box a little bit. It's fine. Thank you, Astra, for being the only one in good standing.
For now.
Yeah, for now.
until they make new art.
Okay, as soon as I figure out what's going on with my slideshow. Properties.
It ain't a D&D stream if there ain't a bit of scuff.
It ain't a stream if there's not a bit of scuff.
Cool. Alright, slideshow's fixed. You guys are talking and fixed.
Wahoo!
Yeah. Alright. So we're getting back into it. You all are making your way back to join hands again inside of the capital with two new seals in hand, the seal of water and the seal of fire. Major foes cut down and out of your way. Your group finally takes the initiative and the lead in this race to save or, see the end of the entire world. Be that as it is, finally, you have just enough room between yourselves and destruction to breathe. More than that, things that were once hidden, people who were once lost, have been returned to you in more ways than one. That as it is, though, the journey back to the capital has been, thankfully enough, a quiet one. And in the midst of returning, you all decide to head back to a familiar place to all of you. Messages being sent back and forth to keep everyone in the loop. You all decide to meet at the Laughing Pickle to rest, eat, and plan out your next move. And with that, I think the only thing I need to do is figure out which one of you is arriving first. Which one of you think you would have gotten done with your shenanigans and been able to return?
I think we got ours done in a single day, Zalian, Miko.
Yeah, I think we were really speedy.
You guys were very efficient with your work.
Gotcha. With that, then, let me just adjust a map here. Let's grab some tokens. We're gonna bring you guys in. Yeah, and I'm gonna set you guys right over here. This reveal you guys. There we go. And let's go and find some generic tavern music.
Same phone.
Yeah, me too.
Actually, was that my phone? Hold on. No, it's not. Was it? I do have notifications.
Okay, let's do that. Shift us over. We're gonna come into focus. There we go. Alrighty. So here in the Laughing Pickle, Zaylee and Mika, you both have managed to.
I cannot see.
You can't see. Let's do
I think
this.
it's because of your token.
This. There you go. Can you see? Probably
I
not.
refreshed. Yes.
Cool. And make sure Zaylee's eyes are on too. Cool. Alright.
Zaylee's in shadow. That's so cool.
Huh?
Nothing. On my screen, you're in shadow. You actually have shaded.
So
Spooky.
both of you have managed to make your way back to Duskhaven. Make sure that your estate and your dukedom have been tied up in such a way that you haven't left Zaylee's dad in the lurch of taking care of your area. But you have a party to reconvene with Zaylee. The trip via ferry and then later on via carriage was quiet, thankfully enough. No one's talking about anything major happening on the roads. No bandit attacks. Once in your life, I think you've managed to make a full journey without being attacked on the road. That as it is, you make your way to the Laughing Pickle, a medium-sized tavern/inn inside of the capital, awaiting your friends. Until they arrive, which should be sometime later today. What are you all up to?
Did we just arrive today? Have we been here a day?
I'm gonna say that you all would have just arrived today.
Okay.
Or actually, no. I'm gonna say that you've been here. Roll a dice, because you beat them by a good amount of time, actually.
Because we finished in a day. We were done.
Mm-hmm.
They took like a long rest, if I remember.
You've been here for about 3 days.
Hell yeah.
Whew. Okay, so we probably have a room and stuff.
Yep. We have everything all set up.
Sitting still is a interesting change of pace.
It feels strange not having your life in danger for once.
Little antsy, if you ask me.
I was almost looking forward to being attacked on the way here.
Certainly would have made things interesting.
Are we normal?
I don't think you want to ask that question.
I think we're normal.
How much I believe that myself.
Someone just throw up. I just heard someone throw up.
The general sounds of a tavern. That's how you know the place is lively.
Someone puking in the corner.
Do you want to discuss the things you said at your manor?
What things?
The things in front of my parents.
I don't remember what I said. I was grieving. I said a lot of things.
Oh, so you don't think I'm special? Oh, I'm disappointed.
Did I say that? Putting words in my mouth.
She just bats her eyes.
I think everyone's special in their own way.
I can certainly agree to that. I find you quite special.
I don't know if I should take that as a good thing or not.
Oh, why wouldn't it be?
I don't know. Either way, it talks about families and notwithstanding. I feel like a lot has changed in the past few days, and it's starting to feel a little bit unreal.
Like it's happened too quickly?
Yes.
To be fair, you did just lose one parent and gained one you thought you lost.
That is very concerning, isn't it?
I really wish we could have afforded you more time to be with her before we had to leave.
There's not much we could really do about it. We promised to meet up, so...
Well, hopefully it'll be settled soon.
Hopefully.
I don't know how soon, but...
There's not much left to do, is there? There's... how many left? 2 of the...
Yep, just the 2, and one of them, hopefully, fingers crossed, is still safe.
Unless somebody... Well, we dealt with the 2 problems that we know of, so we don't know how many well-bodied henchmen they have left.
Yes, that's the unfortunate bit. I just don't know how wide their... I don't know how wide their influence is.
Definitely not wide enough that they could easily bounce back from what we did to them.
I am concerned about the runaway.
Whatever his name was.
Ran with his tail between his legs.
Seeing as we weren't apprehended at the gates, I don't think we had much to worry about.
True. Though I suppose it's his father I'm more worried about.
How so?
Well, a man in power can do a lot of things without being fairly obvious about it. And we've sort of made names for ourselves at this point.
I think it should all work out. It's worked out so far.
We haven't been in public here lately until just now. I suppose that's what concerns me.
Well, there's no grand parade or guards at our heels, so again, I think everything should be fine. Because if they do make a big show of it, it puts a lot of heat on them as well, because, well, we know what he did. Several first-hand accounts, including officials from within the Order of Heroes.
I suppose that's true. I don't know, I just feel like everything's been going too swimmingly. I'm nervous.
Well, there's always an eventuality for everything, so that's why I always plan ahead.
How long are we supposed to be waiting for these fellows? Before we start to worry.
I mean, they did trek up a mountain. All we did was go down the road.
True.
They are going into an active volcano and doing Lord knows what, so...
They could at least send us a message or something to let us know they're alive.
We didn't really set up a worst case scenario, did we? We didn't say, oh, if you're not here within 7 days, we go on without you or something.
I don't think we did.
We were a little blasé about that, weren't we?
You're right, this is our fault.
This is what happens when you relax. Okay, time to be on edge all the time.
Should we go to market and get a scroll of sending?
It's really bad when we don't have the ability to do it, don't we? Isn't it?
It really is.
Let's hope they... Actually...
One more day?
By the end of the night. And if first thing tomorrow they're not here, then we start worrying. It's only been 3 days, so, you know. 1 day to go up the mountain, 1 day to come back, 1 day to travel, you know, with another day's rest.
It's too much to ask for just a little bit of consideration, though, to let us know they're alive.
To be fair, we don't really give anyone consideration to know that we're alive. We just kind of assume everyone would know we were gonna be okay.
Well, nothing bad's happened to us yet.
I mean, I was almost murdered. You were almost murdered and kidnapped. We fell into several traps.
No, I think we're perfectly fine. We've shown that we're perfectly capable on our own.
Makes you wonder.
It does. Are we about to expire?
Is this what happens when... I think it's when someone's on a deathbed, they get a burst of energy.
Everything's calm suddenly. Things are falling into place.
And then all of a sudden...
Oh my god.
I've endangered their lives too many times.
I think we have trauma.
Well, thankfully
Look at
enough.
what you've done. You've given them anxiety.
Well, thankfully enough, it's as the anxiety peaks over your stroke of good luck and the silence of your comrades that I'm going to say that they start to make their arrival.
Oh, thank God.
This is a sign we're not gonna die.
No, it's good. No, it's more good news. That means it's even worse.
No, damn it!
I did want to add in, it seemed like Sale might have been having mic issues. I don't know if they've fixed that. They've been muted this entire time, but...
It's okay. Their voice was stolen, apparently.
Okay, so Astria got laryngitis on the road, that's what's taking us so long.
Bruh.
That's not...
They gave up drinking after they met their special person. Now they're all parched.
That's okay. She can't speak because her tongue is too busy doing other things.
Hey, go.
Speaking of which, did he come with them? Or
I believe he would have, yeah.
Or did he get sent off with the Iron Gate?
No, he definitely. After actually,
I know we said. I think. What's her? I think. Yeah, I think they called Miles, didn't they?
Miles said that he was going to send some trusted people, but I think that the plan was that they were going to accompany him until he was safe.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Oh.
Teehee. Yeah, I called Miles, to which he said he was gonna send people. I don't remember what we said after that, though.
so if I'm not mistaken, those people were supposed to meet up to make sure that that Eric remained safe in the village, but you guys hadn't discussed or him staying with them. So I assumed he was traveling with you.
I see. Okay.
I also assumed he was traveling with you.
I think it would be safer if he was with us anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Because
Okay.
we're a
At least for the
non.
time being.
Yeah, we can get a safe house going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus, I don't think Ashra would want to let him go.
Okay. So, you all make your way southward toward Kestramore, the capital. The roads for you, fairly much the same. Nice and easy travel. There have been striking movement overhead as far as like the clouds and the wind go. But while it's been fairly, windy, the weather hasn't broken into storms or anything like that. Smooth travels, no bandits. You're thankful to take a breath of fresh air, especially considering your company. Wrapped up in a hood and cloak, one of the most recognizable people in the nation travels by your side, hoping to stay as low radar as possible, which is hard to do with someone like Obsidian.
I don't know what you're talking about. Obsidian is so stealthy, so nondescript.
I'm just gonna do that there. Other than that, though, you guys should be able to see. You might not have vision. I mean, to double check. You can see.
I seem to have partial vision. I can't see the door, but I
Are
can.
you in the door?
I can see into like the windows and stuff.
Can't see the door.
You're stuck.
I just opened up the door. Can you see into it? No? Yes?
Yes,
maybe?
I can. But I also put in the chat what I was looking at before you opened up the door.
They were stuck in the void. Got it.
Wrong game.
Oh, you know what? Let me do this. This was probably going to help. At least while it's, daytime. There you go. You should have better eyes now. But you arrive at the Laughing Pickle. Your comrades, at the very least the last you had heard, had already arrived.
For all the walking that we've done these past few days, Astria, I would dare to say I am excited to meet back up with our friends.
Me too. I mean, I love the cats, but, I do miss Lily and Mika.
The cats were very charming. I appreciated the help with braiding my beard and the like.
Well, I will miss the chaos. I don't think we'll get that. I don't think we'll get that again.
Well, let's not get too hopeful. After all, Mika and Zaylee have their own sense of chaos.
Really, I feel like Mika's a little... We should convert Mika.
We should. But I'm also thinking of all the times up until now when Mika has almost died due to their own recklessness.
Oh, it's fine.
Is it really fine that one of your friends is prone to recklessness?
It's okay, it just runs in the party.
I would hope that it doesn't run in the party, actually. But no, it's fine. Everything is fine. I'm not at all worried about the fact that we haven't heard from them in 3 days.
Well, it won't be fine when I touch that, can of fear. Cup of fear.
You talk about how things have been going pretty well and that it just kind of runs in the party, and Eric reaches down and just takes your hand. Didn't say anything. Didn't say any. Or he doesn't look too worried. He kind of keeps his eyes out about him now that they're in like the midst of the town. But he just gives your hand to squeeze.
Oh my god, ooh. Astria's flooged, bro. Oh my god.
We're gonna lose her. She's gonna float away.
Anyways, we should get in.
Yeah.
You know,
This seems to be the right place.
yeah, we should get in. I am missing the old times. Right, Eric?
Right, the old times. I'm right behind you.
Well, Mika, if we're gonna die, I have a suggestion.
Yes, what is it?
We should get married.
Walks in, stares.
Just see Zaylee chuckling.
Oh look, our friends are here!
What have we come
Nothing.
across?
Hey guys.
Yeah?
Hi, hello, are you alive?
Very much so. You
Good, me
seem on
too.
the verge of dying, though.
I'm alive.
Oh, I wish.
Is everything okay?
Yes! Who's that?
Eric gives he like pulls his hood down just a bit more, but gives you a wave.
Oh! He's just
Surprise
walking.
Pikachu face.
He's just here. He's just... Okay.
I think we have a
Yeah.
lot to explain.
Okay, we need to get a safe house going, we have to get a means of protection, we have to do a lot of things, actually.
Mika?
He as he walks up, Eric leans down towards your ear, Astrid, and he goes, "Am I that recognizable?"
Yeah, honey, you are.
Obsidian is just setting a hand on your shoulder, Mika, and he's just saying, let's slow down for a moment. We've only just gotten back together.
Things can happen really fast when it involves us.
You're correct, but also, let's just have one sit down before things go to absolute craziness.
Okay. Keep him away from the window. Make sure he's out of eyes sight. Zalius, can you swap places with him?
Hey, come here. It's just, you know.
Excuse me. Pardon me.
It just gets up. This is fine. We go this way. It's okay.
Asher, you can go sit next to them.
Yeah. Motions for Astria.
Hello. Tee.
Smiles at Mika.
He just threw me across the table.
Basically.
Somehow Obsidian feels like he's third wheeling.
What would you like for us to call you?
I don't know, I should have had something picked out. In a fun, joking way, a name that comes to me that strikes a bit of safety. You can call me Miles out in public.
So that's true.
Miles it is then, I suppose.
Anyway.
Is that a problem?
If you prefer that's your prerogative, it's fine by us.
Now I'm rethinking it.
How about Castiel? Does Castiel work?
Yes, well, let's go with that.
Castiel, Cass, one of those two.
Ah. All right.
So how did things go for you two?
I think we could ask you the same thing.
Yeah, that might be important to address. You guys seem to have been here quite a bit before us, though. You first.
Oh, well. Things have been relatively peaceful. We've been here for 3 days or so.
Yes. We dealt with the issue quite quickly. It was some sort of large ruin similar to what we did before with the Earth seal. Met my mother, which is strange. And then I did some work, and then we came here.
Your mother?
Yes. Oh yes,
As
I don't
in-
talk about my family, do I?
No, this is, I think, the first time hearing about you even having one.
I mean, I had to come from somewhere.
No, yeah, of course, but I had just thought all this time it was a sensitive subject. Perhaps she was no longer with you, or something similar.
No one asked.
Fair enough, I suppose.
Well, yeah, she's fine. She was guarding the water seal, and she was locked away in that temple for God knows how long. So, I'm now the bearer of it, and Mika just, shimmies their wrist, like their sleeve down. It became like a bracelet, right? If I remember correctly? Like it always does?
Yes.
Yeah, so it just shimmies down their sleeve, then puts it back up. So we managed to get that done. She's safe. She's within the mana now.
Question for you.
Yes.
Do you show your bracelet?
Just to Obsidian.
Just up to Obsidian? Obsidian,
Yeah.
do you have your bracelet on?
Yeah, He would.
So the moment Mika has their sleeve just up enough to where Obsidian can see it, the gem inside of it starts to get bright, starts to glow intensely. Same thing with yours, Obsidian. Both of yours start to almost react to each other, and while it's not enough that it's kind of throwing the entire place's light out of whack, you can definitely see like a few stairs start to be pointed your direction.
Blink, blink.
As a cover, I'll just do prestidigitation, start like doing a bunch of like shiny card tricks. Or coin tricks. Do I share a sleight of hand?
Yeah, can you give me a sleight of hand? Just
Yes.
Did something like this happen when it came near me initially? Like when Mika got it in the first place?
Not when you got it in the first place, no. Do you check yours?
Oh, after seeing that, no. I was
22.
just trying to see if anything happened like that in my memory.
We've only had the one for a while.
Yeah, but we've been traveling together the last few days.
Yeah, and
That's
it
true.
didn't seem to react when it was just the two of you.
Okay.
Well, now there's 3 of us with it. Yeah, 22.
Yeah, so you shift your hands in such a way that the prestidigitation starts to take hold. Small fireworks start to spree, and the few people there are a few that are still watching just because magic's kind of happening out in the open, but outside of that, you lose the interest of a bit more of the well-traveled people as they turn away back to their meals or back to their company.
Well, let's not do that again.
Yeah, I think Obsidian would be kind of fumbling in that moment, trying to like cup over the gem with his hand, because he doesn't exactly have sleeves to fuck with it.
Yes, that could perhaps wait till we get to the room.
I'd rather find someplace else rather than an inner room at this point. Either way, that's what we dealt with. Mostly calm seas since then. Nothing really of note have happened. We did get stopped at the gate. We didn't have any guards come after us. No one has noticed us. It's just business as usual.
Maybe this is just me worrying a little bit too much, but that seems weird, right? Considering
Oh,
what
for sure.
happened when... Okay.
To be
Okay.
fair, we are working technically in the shadows. We're not an open organization working, and this is not public knowledge that we're acting with. This is like a shadow proxy war at this point.
Which is
Yeah.
fair. I just, don't get too comfortable.
Yeah, sleep with one eye open, all that.
Well, worth keeping in mind, as far as matters that happened on our front, we'd gotten to the most recent settlement my people were at, only to find that Casil here was being cared for by one of my mentors. We'd spent the night gathering some information, tracked down our problem person, so to speak, in the...
It almost got bad.
in the mouth of the hidden volcano, in a temple long forgotten. She was conducting a ritual to take this for herself, kind of gesturing to his arm, and weaponize the volcano itself.
Is it safe to assume it's who we thought it was?
Yes, absolutely.
Did you deal with her?
Yes, but not before I had to, kind of absorb the volcano.
Sorry, what? Pause. Excuse me?
I do think you look rather radiant compared to before.
You do look a little bit hotter?
I'm going to take that as a compliment from you both. I made a sacrifice when she was going to cause the volcano to explode underneath everybody. I took that energy in with the use of the artifact, and it rewarded me for my efforts. We were able to defeat her with no questions about it, and I needed a day or two to recover afterwards because, my gods.
Yes, I would think so, considering you absorbed the energy of the volcano into a
Full
body,
force of nature, you know.
into a mortal shell. Yes, that seems a bit much to put onto one person.
But that was a few days ago.
That would explain why you took so long.
Yeah. Sorry about how long that took.
It's fine. Honestly, it's our fault. We didn't make a contingency plan.
Yes, it was our fault. We make a contingency plan every single time, and we make another contingency plan for that contingency plan, and we keep going until we drive ourselves insane.
Shortcoming on our part. Entirely
Yes.
our fault.
I mean,
all our
yes,
faults.
but I also didn't really have the forethought to give you a sending spell. I was very distracted herding cats throughout most of this experience.
Cats?
Blink.
Yeah, the cats. They were there to assist us.
There was literally cats there.
Yeah.
A
Quite
volcano full of cats.
admittedly. Not full of them. There was only really 2, but they were very much so a handful. Very useful,
Yeah.
but a handful.
Is it safe to assume that Cass has been filled in on all of this? This probably sounds like a bunch of gibberish.
If I'm being honest, a lot of this is gone, and he just motions over his head.
All right.
I should preface this. Whoever I am, he's like looking around. He doesn't know how inconspicuous / conspicuous he's being. He's like, whoever I am in the open, I don't remember that. You can attribute that to why I've been away for so long. It's coming back bit by bit, but not all there. I mean, I'm perfectly mentally capable. My memory, though, is just...
Is this a magical affliction or just a trauma and physical related one?
I think it's more of a trauma one.
Understood.
Well, that being said, how involved do you want to be?
Well, with the way that it's been explained to me, I probably should be more involved than I currently am.
You need some time before you can get even more involved, at least.
I think...
We need you at your full faculties, I believe.
I think this is going to work in all of our favors, though.
It would just be the matter of how to apply it. Yeah?
Yeah.
A very important bracelet happens to be in your home.
Okay, so after having a lot of what at least happened up on the mountain explained to me, you're telling me something of similar power is in
Your home.
motions at you. Okay, understood.
The castle.
I followed that much.
Yes, just to make sure.
And I'm assuming
It's fairly safe to assume that the people who we don't want to get their hands on it knows it's there.
okay. But I assume there's no castle out there just just advertising their secrets like that, so that's poor standing that they already know. I'm assuming at the very least, since it's a castle, they just can't walk in and get it.
Well, you would hope so, however.
We need to be able to
looks-
verify your identity, and since you have no memories relating to anything, they could just assume you're an imposter, so the quicker we can get back your memories, the better.
I was going to say some people who are fairly suspicious have very easy access to it, actually.
I'd rather not push anything too quickly.
That's true.
I don't want to push anything quickly. I just want to make sure that our guards are raised. And we're aware that it's a very real thing that could happen.
Okay. Well, I followed Astria and Obsidian back here and assumed that we would come up with some type of plan. I didn't think it was in anyone's interest, my own included, to just walk through their front door and say I'm home.
Considering we don't know who tried to get rid of you in the first place.
How do you feel about dyeing your hair?
He actually looks at you and then looks at Astria and like reaches up into his hood and like pulls his hair like in front of him a bit. I'm kind of fond of the blonde, but if you feel like it would help, I mean, I'm willing to try.
We could always just get a wig.
Simply a suggestion.
I consider it a suggestion to being taken.
Looks like he has an awful lot of hair to be putting into a wig, Mika.
It can work. I've done worse.
I would hate for him to lose his blonde hair, but he'll come back.
A wig it is. Either way, we are well suited in making sure that people don't recognize you. I think me and Zaylee are quite skilled in that regard, so I think we should be fine. It's just a matter of safety at this point. Do you think we should leave them in the care of your side, Zaylee, rather than mine?
You see, That's an interesting proposal.
Either that or we could deal with it ourselves.
There is still that that hideaway that Astria was found in, wasn't there?
Yes, but I am not exactly sure if it's,
Still secure.
it'll still be secure, and also if, other people have gone into it.
It has been left unattended for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
But we could always see how it is, and if it doesn't work out, we can always try to find a new one.
We can stake it out.
If it comes down to it, we can always just pool our money, buy a little house, settle down, get armed guards and tutors for our dearest ill son, Cass.
Skipping marriage and going right to having children now.
Anyway, we should go do the thing.
The thing? Go to the
Yes.
place.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Just to see if it's safe.
You could always stay here and then we can go check it out quickly. But if you'd rather, all stay together. Like one trip instead of two.
It would probably be better if we all stuck together, right?
I would prefer as much.
Me as well.
Okay.
Alright, so let's go do it. Do you remember what it is, Astria?
Astria. Does Astria know how to get there?
Yeah, you would know how to get there.
Okay, slay.
Okay.
Did you just
here's,
forget where your house was?
Does Astria know?
So here's a real question. Did you guys bring Gray with you?
Who did we leave Gray with? Oh God.
He was with us in the manor, and I think probably, I think he probably would have stayed with Mika and Zaylee at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like if he was there when we got back, that would have been how we got here.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So I'm just going to grab your tokens, and I'm going to shift you guys to Zaylee's little hideaway. Or not Zaylee, Astria's little hideaway. We're going to grab that. This, grab all of you. Oh, this. Let's do that. I think this is theirs. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, in the midst of making your way out through the capital of Kestramore, I'm gonna grab all of you and put you on the map so you can see where you're going. That's this. I'm gonna put you guys here. Wait a second. Why? That's super strange. There we go. It just took a while to catch up. That was strange. The latency on the stream has got it years behind us. I didn't mean to interrupt you. What was funny?
All this time, I've never looked at Prince Eric's token closely. I always thought that the yellow around the nape of his neck was like a straw hat.
No, it's his hair.
Yeah, I realized that like a little bit ago. I was like, oh, that's not a hat.
Fucking monkey D. Luffy looking ass.
I thought he had a straw hat just around his neck.
Like a farmer.
Okay, but from a distance, I can see what you mean.
Yeah.
Like a farmer.
Like a plebeian. A little peasant boy.
So it was his
long hair.
defense mechanism.
It's okay. From a very far distance, I've always mistaken Gray's token as like a brown dog.
Wow.
Bro, not the dog.
Like straight up Fursona dog kind of token.
Okay, I can kind of see it because at his neck there's like a long piece with like a black spot at the end that kind of looks like a nose.
Okay.
But other than that, not really.
I'm gonna get you guys
We're all
shifted.
just blind.
So, Astria leads you a few blocks away as you approach the wall that separates the Commoner's Market from the Rat's Wall. They take you far back. The streets themselves get quieter. You can see a few smaller establishments for like food. A lot of just inns, people who are spending a day, a night, maybe two. And so I'm just gonna get you guys shifted over. You see where you are on the map. And just gonna get you guys shifted here. I think, let's do this. There we go. I think it was here at least. Yeah, there we go. And before you move, I just gotta go and grab a token.
A token for the homeless man squatting in Astria's old place.
Listen, he was cold. It's kind of need a place to sleep.
I know what's wrong.
Stop being cold.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
Get out of
We
my
just
house.
give him a couple gold. He can go get a room somewhere, a nice bath, you know?
Can't
Yeah.
just pay our problems away.
Why not?
Gonna run out of money eventually.
Did you not take any of the money that your father left you?
What? No, I did.
Okay, cool. I was like, huh? Where is...
It was like 3,200, right? That I put into platinum. Unless I did something wrong. Hold on, I need to go look at the notes. I'm pretty sure I took it all. Or at least most of it.
Gotcha.
It wasn't written in the notes.
Then the party didn't get money.
Oopsie. The only thing we have is the trophy room items, not in the safe.
You know, if I remember correctly, Mika didn't take the money. They saw that there was money and was
Yeah.
like, I'm gonna leave this so they can help rebuild.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Mika made a selfless decision for once in their life.
You act as like if I don't act selflessly all the time for everyone else's sake but my own. Because asked for one thing ever and
Oh, absolutely.
caused their father
But-
to die.
I was just gonna make the joke. Mika is selfless in a selfish way.
You're gonna take this money, you're gonna fucking like it.
The DM's just like, I'm trying to give you guys money, but you won't take it.
They won't take it.
I need my stipend, it's been a while. The order needs to pay me.
Okay, so I do This. But it's huge. Yeah, it is. Okay. Do that. Do this. There we go. Back here. Okay, so making your way here, you all fairly recognize just about where the area is. You've stayed in an inn somewhere near here, but Astria, you lead them. I'm just gonna grab all of you. You lead them to a small, kind of like run-down door over on this side, and after, knocking and giving it just a bit of time to see if anyone would answer, you assume that otherwise, you assume that outside of maybe someone peeking inside or finding that it was locked, that the place is empty.
Well, no one seems to be answering, so it's probably safe to go in.
Best we can do is check it out.
Would you like to go in first, Obsidian?
No, actually, you seem much more used to breaking and entering after all.
That's rude to assume of me. I cannot see inside the house even though I opened the door.
Oh,
Is
that's
it really an
because my
assumption?
stupid things just broken 3 seconds. This.
Thank you.
There you go.
It's rude to assume I'd stoop so low. And I'd be good at it.
You've always been good at it.
Who told?
Mika, you've not exactly been subtle about these things.
I had a question.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we were walking from this direction, right?
Yes.
Going this way?
Mm-hmm.
What did these people seem to be doing?
They seem to be. They seem to just be in the middle of a conversation.
Can I stand here and eavesdrop?
Sure. I mean, it's not like they're quiet about it. They seem to be talking about a job that they took up recently, moving cargo to one of the warehouse districts. They paid decent coin. The other one says that they're lucky to have the job because they've got a support family that just had to that just had to travel a long way from the other side of the convergence. Outside of that, they don't seem to pay you or your group any mind. I'm just gonna...
This door is also broke.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna fix that just a second. There we go. This, I'm gonna shift them inside. I'm gonna go back to my lighting screen. All these walls. There you go. Yeah.
Did you always have a stockpile of items like this, Astria? Torches, small chest.
Huh. Would Astria know? Would Astria remember?
So, Astria, up until just recently when she started traveling with the party, had basically been surviving off of living inside of the safe houses that your father's guard company basically had all around the capital. And essentially you would just stake one out until you were sure that it was empty, use it, and kind of cycle through them so that no one would ever catch you staying at one for more than a few days. And it's not suspicious for them to have caches of supplies like this for any agents or members of the group who would need them.
Well, these aren't technically mine. These are from my father's company.
Oh, so he won't mind if we just take everything.
Well, I don't know about
Not everything, but, you know, misappropriate a few items for personal use.
It should be fine. I don't see why not.
Bunch of vagrants came and stole some things. It's not that difficult. It's always
Things go missing all the time.
Things go missing all the time, I say, as I try to open this chest.
My father would understand.
When you try the chest, it is locked.
I will try to unlock it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that sleight of hand. Astria, while they're doing that, are you heading towards the hidden compartment that leads upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay, so you you reach over towards, I'm gonna move you for just a second. You basically come over to this blank wall here, and you reach out to one of the wooden panels and give it a small press. The paneling that makes up the wooden roof shiver before dropping, and in front of you falls a ladder.
I will climb up the ladder.
I also rolled a 26.
Okay. Mika, you get that chest open, and you find a few bottles of what you can only assume are healing potions, a few jars of what seems to be like some kind of cream, and a small pouch.
I'll check the pouch.
You check the pouch, and there are 10 platinum in the pouch.
I'll take it out and I'll throw it towards Cass. Heads up.
You throw it towards Cass. Cass, he catches. Oh, okay. Are we sure we should be taking all of this? I mean, I know they said we could take some things. He pops open the bag. This is a lot of money, says the prince.
It's okay.
If there was going to be someone who took from this safe house and just happened to be a vagrant, they wouldn't take any of these other things. They would only take the money. They wouldn't know the value of everything else.
I'm gonna move you upstairs. Upstairs, Astria, you find that the it looks like it's empty. Like most of the safe houses, it's not meant to attract attention from the bottom floor. But upstairs, you can see that it is a lot more stocked. The equipment up here, the furniture, all of it looks a lot newer, a lot more well kept.
A lot newer.
I say newer, it's not as run down as the stuff downstairs.
I see. I mean, some people have been here since the last time I was here, huh?
Yep, you see the drawers underneath the table. They all seem to be stocked now. A few of the crates underneath some of the tables seem like they have like non-perishable foods, a lot of dried things. It looks like at the very least, if no one's staying here actively, someone went out of their way to make sure it was restocked.
Oh, wow. Guys, we have stuff up here. We have stuff up here.
What do you mean by that?
Good
It's
stuff,
fully
bad stuff?
stocked. It's
Well,
good stuff.
Then that's good. We can stay. We can have Cass stay here a couple days, and move him around as we see fit.
Should we come up there? Do we want to have a conversation upstairs?
I think it'd be for the best.
Yeah.
Okay. If that's the case, just so I can shift you all more easily, I'm just going to group you together. Bloop, 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 bloop. And shift. You're fine. There we go. Let's do that. I see what happened. Let's do. Alrighty. But yeah, so you all get upstairs and you see much of what I described to Astria. A lot of the furniture and the like just isn't as run down as what was downstairs. The kitchen has like a newer stove inside of it. It's fully stocked with coal. The crates and the drawers inside of the kitchen are stocked with supplies, crates of food, mostly dried, mostly things that would keep someone here for a long time. But outside of that, it's fairly bare. Also, I'm gonna change this very quickly because this was not supposed to be a door. I wasn't supposed to put that there. That's a window.
Ah, there's a bed. Well, it's livable.
I was gonna say, this is a lot nicer than downstairs.
We can definitely stay here then.
Mika will pull up the ladder for now. Close the hatch.
Okay, so you go and pull that up, and I'm just gonna this. Find right doors, which we're just gonna go with this. Alrighty. They close. You can see that they have, at least from the bottom floor, it's not apparent, but on the top floor, you can see that they have a metal frame. They seem to be reinforced.
Mika will just take a seat at the table. Well, this is going to be the safest I think we'll ever going to be.
Hmm.
So, with that in mind, it only feels right to ask, do we want to figure out why these started glowing back at the inn?
I'm sort of scared to find out. I don't really want to cause...
A little bit, yes, but, like... At least from what I've gathered with the fire rune, ultimately how these things turn out is a matter of how you decide to use it.
So they can adapt based on your intent?
It would seem so at the very least. The way that the fire room reacted to my intent was vastly different than it had been for Ylfien's. And after things had calmed down, it had taken on this form.
It seemed to be roughly the same for all of us so far, being some sort of wrist adornments.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just because that's all we know how to use it with, and we just have to try to pour intent into these items, is what you're assuming?
Well, if not that, then at the very least, rather than facing these things with trepidation and fear, I would think that we should go into whatever was happening back there with at least some level of confidence, knowing that we've already been able to control these a little bit.
Should we try... We know yours and mine react. How about Zaylee's?
Well, I can't think of a safer place to try. Zaylee wears hers openly, though, on her arm.
Okay. So I guess all three of you, well, I know Obsidian has theirs openly on their arm. Mika, you kind of keep yours concealed, or you kind of pull yours out as well?
I want to see what happens when they two do it instead.
Yeah, I guess Obsidian will just kind of hold his arm up towards Zaylee's.
When you do, they both start to glow their distinct colors, and they kind of pulse with each other.
Mika will add theirs into the mix too.
Okay, so Mika, the moment that you add yours into the mix, the glowing starts to intensify to the point where all of you feel your eyes kind of burn, and it lights up the entire room. This light show definitely wasn't expected, but the moment that it dies down, you can tell that the luster in all of your gems have increased as you have defined yourself as holding the majority compared to the total amount of them. And I'm going to put something in all of your journals.
Oh, shit.
Let's fucking go!
I can grab this. The first journal, just because I've got it opened, is this one for the Earth Seal. Let's do that. I'm going to make the Water Seal next. And then lastly, the fire seal has been updated for you. And then just so chat can see them, I'm gonna show the seals off. That way I can pull them on the screen for you guys.
Let's fucking go. This is so fucking cool.
Right, chat. So that is our Earth Seal. That is our Fire Seal, being worn by Obsidian, and this is our Water Seal.
Bro, that's crazy.
But yeah, the glowing kind of recedes. The full capabilities of, at least of what you have access to for your seals, your respective seals, is shared with you, and you start to recognize, at the very least for an individual, how one of these things could suddenly make you a force unstoppable for any single person to deal with.
Am I reading this right? Do I just get Cone of Cold?
Essentially.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Okay, clear this up for you, chat. There you go.
So we're fairly aware of what just happened.
Yep. You've got a pretty good idea of what's just happened.
Well, I think it's a very good thing that we are in possession of the majority.
That's always a good thing.
It's been a long time coming, at the very least.
So, you all are okay after the whole glowing thing, correct?
Yes,
I
quite.
feel okay.
Seeing spots a little bit, but otherwise just fine.
Long-term effects notwithstanding.
Okay. I see. I know these things have been what you all have been making your way around to collect. What do we do now that we apparently have most of them?
We get the last one, and then I suppose we deal with the main issue.
The problem would be, which one do you think is the last one?
Well,
Is it not the one in the capital, or?
It's
have
the
one
only
more.
one that shouldn't be in someone's possession.
Directly, at least. The other one was probably been obtained already, considering we believe that the enemy has their base around that area, so they probably have it already.
Especially considering all of the rapid winds and twisters we've heard about.
Okay, then.
I
Well,
suppose we just play the long game and try to get to the one in the capital.
well, I'm sure that if we work with some trusted people in the castle, I assume, I can make a formal return. Maybe plead my case to being who I say I am.
I'd much rather have you regain more of your memories first. So, as much as I don't want to wait, I think we should try to jog your memory via conventional, other non-conventional methods, via magic restoration, or simply by showing you things that from your past that may jog
Well-
memories.
I would like to add to that. Correct me if I'm misremembering this, Anthem, but Cass had been attempted to be restored via regenerative means with my people, and it didn't seem to have any effect.
Nope. He seemed like he was as fit as could be, but nothing came back to him from a memory standpoint.
That just means that magic isn't going to fix the problem.
So
Yeah.
conventional methods as it is.
We could always play word association.
I think pictures would be better.
I'm okay with whatever you all want to attempt. If I could go off of a feeling before anything. Is anyone else nervous since coming here? It's just me.
Yes. No. You should ask me. I'm always paranoid.
The answer is yes, but I still haven't fully shaken whether that's my own feelings about being in the capital. I've never been a very big fan of the city, sorry to offend.
No offense. As far as I remember, I've spent a lot more of my time up in the mountains. No, but I'm not talking about just the capital. I'm talking out here. Like this. I don't know. Sorry. Just feeling a little.
Is this room making you nervous?
You know, I wasn't nervous walking down the street. Yeah, and I thought maybe it was just being in a new environment when I was downstairs, but yeah, I would say that I am.
Do you have detect magic, Zilly?
I do.
Do you want to just do that really quick?
That's what I was going to suggest.
I was going to say, is there a possibility that you get the sense you've been here before?
Maybe not here in particular, but somewhere like this. I don't know. I feel like he just in the midst of trying to find his words, he looks over towards you, Astria, and he goes, "We are safe here, right?"
Astria nodding along because I'm pretty sure Sail is BRB.
Ah, I see.
I'm going to take the time to ritually cast Detect Magic.
Gotcha.
Hello, I am back.
Welcome back.
In a kind where you were last addressed, in a kind of like panicky voice, I won't say panicky, in a kind of nervous voice, Eric has just asked you if to just confirm that we are safe here, correct?
Did we check?
Not really. We just kind of assumed.
Ah, I see. Okay.
I'm checking now.
Okay.
You detect magic after ritually casting it. There doesn't seem to be any magic here.
It's quite mundane in the area.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. It's just, we got downstairs, we climbed up here. I know there's, that door, this way out, the window. I'm sure nothing bad is going to happen, but just, I don't know. I feel like,
I have blind sense within 30 feet. So, do I sense anything?
nothing that you can tell.
Is there a window in this room?
There is.
Can I peek out of it?
I'll also check this window.
Yeah. You both peek out of the windows. Zaylee, peeking out of that window, you see, peeking out of that window, you see a small, you can kind of glimpse the main road. You see a small alleyway that leads back into the rest of this residential district. Mika, you look straight out of the back of the building. You can see other slightly shorter buildings that allow you a view all the way back to the wall that is the wall between your current district and the Rat's Nest.
Astria, didn't you say that this situation that brought you two apart happened in a situation similar to this?
It was kind of similar, yes. We were running away, and the one night I was drunk, he got taken away.
Do you think maybe you feel unsafe just because it's a similar situation?
That definitely could be it. I don't see why. I don't see otherwise why I'd be unsafe. Cassio makes his way over and just sits in the chair.
Your mind may have forgotten, but your body does remembers.
In which case, it might be beneficial to try and sit with those feelings, not let them overtake you, but try and get in touch with what is causing those feelings, and in the meanwhile, we can do our part to make sure that you are safe.
Yeah, okay. I can definitely sit with these feelings and see if it jogs any other memories.
What if we just started, rapid firely asking questions?
Suppose I can try and answer them with what first comes to mind.
Do you remember where you were when you two got separated?
Not like an exact location, but I remember that I remember being in a fairly small abode. I don't quite remember why we were there, but if I go off what Astria has told me, then we were running away, or I was running away. They were helping from a betrothal. Someone wanted to marry me. And apparently I didn't feel the same.
Does the name Imrul come to mind?
Hmm. You watch as he like shifts his arm up, his arms up from underneath his cloak, and he pulls up his sleeves and goes, "Oh, are those goosebumps?" Okay. Doesn't immediately bring a face or anything to mind, but I'm sure whoever it is, I don't want to meet them.
Poor girl.
Oh no, was that the wrong response?
No,
listen, I'm sure she's a sweet girl,
response.
but
There's no wrong or right.
okay.
that did seem to be a line of a line worth pursuing, perhaps. Though, given your previous status, it's very likely, from the sounds of things, like you might have been arranged to be betrothed to this person. And can you remember why you didn't want to?
Honestly, outside of just not wanting, I guess, to be forced to do anything like that, I don't think that there was any connection between her and I. The name, again, makes me feel like something I should probably step away from, but I don't know. I don't remember them doing anything particularly wrong or anything like that. I don't remember being in much control of that situation, though.
So it was perhaps for a want of freedom that you'd made the decision to set yourself away? But then that raises the question of why you would have been actively pursued.
Correct. If I'm a prince, as people would say, I don't see why I wouldn't be able to simply turn that down. Say, hey, they're not interested.
Well, unfortunately, arranged marriages aren't entirely out of the realm of possibility. If your father felt like he could have gotten something from her family out of the arrangement, then that's probably very likely the case.
Is my father a man like that?
Hmm.
None of us are especially sure, but there's something I feel like we're missing here, because it seems like an awfully large leap to go from I don't want to get married to this person, so I'm running away, to actively pursuing and quite possibly harming you.
I don't necessarily think that's that big of a jump to make, honestly.
Is it? Is that normal with the
Nobles
types?
Nobles are going to make decisions that are best for their ability to maintain power.
Families, bloodlines, ability to maintain control over the populace, so on and so forth.
Well, if you remember the dream I had, I asked the question why. Actually, no.
Oh.
I asked the question of, who did this to? Looks at Cass. And they responded with, his father.
Rather than see a stain or smear upon the royal family's name, they'd rather just get rid of him altogether.
Well, it also okay. It also might not even be his father. It could be his uncle. Considering we have it on good authority that his uncle's actually pulling quite a few strings. And is basically acting king currently.
Wait, why would my uncle be acting king?
Oh, that would be because your father is too unwell to do his job currently.
And your cousin, is that correct? Is in line for the next throne?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, my cousin?
Yes.
The very cousin who is going to throw away the capital seal.
Cassian, correct?
Caspian.
Yes.
Caspian.
Wait, that brat?
Oh, so that name jogged the memory.
Oh, thank God you remember.
I don't know whether it would be comforting or a bother to say that he's still very much so a brat.
He very much is.
That
He is
does
a
not
pompous-
surprise me one bit.
But he is the acting crown prince at the moment.
Seeing as you're missing.
Well, if I had to have a reason to come back now, it'd be to save the country from whatever tantrum he was going to throw.
I think it's also worth mentioning that the common people didn't even know you were missing.
No one really does.
Wait, so what do you think has happened to me?
You're
We
sick.
were all informed that you were sick.
As far as anybody else is aware.
The only reason why we knew you were actually gone is because my information network, Ailey's information network, we were led into some secrets regarding things, and we were told to investigate the matter, which led us to Astria, which led us to you.
It's really thanks to Astria, honestly, that we know as much as we do.
Not head.
Well, then, through some means, you all were able to ask some questions and get answers that pointed at my father. Then there's the means that Caspian and my uncle have to try and take over. My father is unwell, and I'm apparently sick. It seems the state of the royal family is a mess.
Very
Unfortunately. Unfortunately, that's the extent of what we know.
Right. Okay. Well, I know you said that we've had, or there might be enemies who can walk right into the castle. Are we sure they're not already connected to my uncle or Caspian? He'd seem the type to sell someone out for himself, but
They were exactly who I was referring to.
He's already made an attempt before, but I think we've cut that off before it became a real problem. The person Caspian made a deal with at a recent banquet had been disposed of by our group.
However, I was going to say this earlier. It's been probably a week since the banquet, and a few days since Elfine's been taken care of. There's no doubt that information's already gotten back to Mother Dearest. I don't think that she wouldn't know. I could be wrong.
okay. Well, I guess under the assumption that she does know, how quickly do you think we should move on trying to get this artifact?
Ultimately, that falls down to a matter of preference, of which I think at least some of us will find reason to disagree. But I'm of the opinion that we should try and come up with a plan and then enact it as soon as possible.
I'm just unsure how we can get our hands on it without either getting permission to take it in the first place.
Or causing a diplomatic incident.
Exactly.
The easiest thing is to get the current reigning crown prince to gift it to us for saving his life. That's the easiest way.
I'm pretty sure he would rather eat his own shoes than give anything away.
Yes, that's why we're going to make you the acting crown prince.
Oh,
I have a thought. I don't know if it would be very practical for us, but Mika, you've changed your shape into people before, yes?
Plenty of times.
So while we can assume that this mother figure might know of our doings, we don't know that Caspian has gotten the memo, or anybody in the castle for that matter. What if you took the form of the scumbag that he made a deal with and played along as if you were here to collect what you asked for?
It's true, he did leave before the fighting. He doesn't know the outcome of the fights.
It would require you to go in and do it alone.
True.
We could maybe make this a two-prong effort. Something to do with our dear prince here reinstating himself, and then you on the sidelines pretending to collect on a deal. That way, if anything were to go wrong, we would be close by enough to hopefully interfere.
It is an idea. Honestly, better than any idea I currently have.
We either do this the sneaky way or just the out in the open way. Out of the open, we simply waltz in there. We say, oh, we found the real crown prince. We cause an incident and then news spreads. And as people found out that he was actually missing and we found him, it brings, doubt upon the government and allows us to make demands that would not normally be taken seriously because, well, the public is watching. Otherwise, we do the sneaky way and we try to garner deals and such with the coward. I'm for either way.
Astria looks at Cass and says, how do you feel about these options? Because it's
one puts more danger on your life. Yes.
Yes.
well, not that I'm the type to try and throw my life away, but I only found out recently that there was a lot more value on it than just my stake in it. I have no problem stepping to the forefront if we think that it might help, but if everyone just thinks that I'm sick, then wouldn't finding me be more of an issue? Why not just have me step out and say that I'm feeling better, and after being away and recuperating, I'm returning back to the castle? They can't deny a story they've already put out.
So, something to the extent of making a public display of your recovery then?
Yes, I figure the ones scrambling the most would be the ones who never expected me to return.
My biggest concern is that you're going to put a giant target on your back.
But they can't really do anything since it's become public knowledge. The moment something strange happens to him, well, they have to be careful about it.
Yes, well, they won't stop things from happening.
We just have to act quickly.
I think, if anything, were we to go with this plan, we would need to insert ourselves into the moment, perhaps as the recovered prince's guards.
Well, we could also clear Astria's name in one fell swoop, considering he's alive and well. Seeing as she's still technically a wanted criminal. Technically. Technically.
Cass looks over towards you. Why would they made you take the fall?
Well, I was the last person that was with you, so I don't blame them.
I do. You would think someone would ask questions if they thought that this were at all reasonable. But no. If this is a plot, then silencing you would be the next thought after silencing me, so.
It's true. It's alright because the both of us are here, we're alive.
You don't recall any sort of, I don't know, indication of who it was that abducted you?
It's murky. I remember being in a lot of pain, and I remember it's someone having questions. I remember it lasting for a while.
This doesn't sound like a normal conversation and more like torture.
A lot of it has blanks in it, so.
Do you recall, the planar equinox?
Where's that from? The words,
It's from quite a mini thing. What's important is what it means to you.
I think it was something to do with the people who caused all of this. I don't know if they're behind it, but I remembered questions coming through about trying to find something. For some whatever reason, they thought I might know.
I think they found out. That tracks, everyone.
Roughly, yes.
Oh.
If they were looking for the planar seals, who else would they ask but the prince who lives in the castle with it?
But if they knew about it for so long, why wait until now to go and grab it?
It's safe, it's not going to go anywhere.
That's fair.
Is there also a possibility, however slim, that as at the time, prince, soon to be king, you might have known about more than just one seal?
Hmm. I, maybe in my studies, which were intensive, I remember having to spend a lot of time going over history. And what made it very hard was that there were no official tutors or mentors who could go over said history with me. It was a self-study that my father would have to check up on it every now and then. Now that I remember, apparently it was something we weren't allowed to share. Now, of course, the details are muddled. I'm talking about something so far back in my childhood that I only remember it as being a pain to have to do. But I do think that the records themselves aren't kept in the castle. He seems like he's racking his brain for a bit. I did a lot of my study inside of one of the academy's libraries. I wouldn't suppose that you all have tried to do any research on this, have you?
Once upon a while ago.
Do you think I would have?
I'm sure you would have for sure gone over just the main history of the order and the nation back in its fractured times. Same thing with Zaylee, though yours is probably more compacted into the founding of your home and your family's role in the nation. But as you speak about the general knowledge that both of you have, Cass would say, I mean, that's, I think, just what we tell people, though. As far as I know, that war was fought for a lot of more insidious of a reason. Like a lot more stakes were up than simply the founding of a nation.
But if this is important, mayhaps we can find that book?
I'm sure it's not in the castle, so it's got to be easier to get our hands on than whatever artifact is simply waiting there.
In an academy's library, it's surely here in the capital.
So we should search for the book first, try to learn more, then make a decision on what we want to add on.
I think that's as good of a start as we have.
I'd rather be more careful and have more information to guide us rather than just act hastily.
Blindly storm the castle and demand an audience with the king.
We have your missing son.
Yeah.
I agree.
How many academies are in the capital?
3.
Okay. Are any of them for nobility in particular?
Yes, there's one inside of the there is one inside of the, of course I can't think of its name now. There it is. Load quickly. There we go. Yep. So there's one inside of the nobles district by the name of so it was the Kestramore so it was just the Kestramore Skylia Academia.
Okay.
I'm assuming one belongs to the knights.
Yep. So there are 3 total. One in the noble district that belongs to nobility. There is one inside of the commoners market on one side that belongs specifically to the knights, and then one on the other side that is more of an open university for just higher learning for commoners.
I suppose we each have a respective place to go to then.
Well, I'm going to assume that if it's a book that only the prince could read, it would be in the nobles' library.
I'd like to check mine just in case. You never know.
What time is it?
I'm gonna say it's but the way the traveling is, it's about midday, about 3 p.m.
Okay, so there's plenty of time to go to a library.
All right. Are we going 2 for 2 or? Actually, no. I should stick with.
It'll be safer with at least one of us.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing. If it's an academy for nobles, how are you going to get in? You're just going to present yourself?
Wanted criminal as you are?
No, I was more so speaking about, Cass here.
That's true.
If we're being honest, I was just going to walk right in. Probably not for my best interest, if I'm being honest now.
They would surely recognize you there, at least.
Yep.
Yes.
So should me and Zaylee just go and do our respective searching and come back while you protect Cass?
That might be the best idea.
Let's just go into the library. When was the last time going to the library has killed anyone?
I was going to say, you never know what could happen.
Well, we're both nobles, so we just go to both places together.
Well, you see, funny thing about that.
What do you mean?
Nobody knows I'm a noble.
Okay, then I have to go to both.
As far as the public is concerned, I've been dead for over a decade.
Okay, then I shall go. I'll go do my thing. Thank you for this job. I will be back later.
Which is why I was like, maybe we should just go to one library.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I mean, surely you can have people come with you.
I'll take you as a +1. Obsidian and Astria are more than capable of defending. They're actually the best fit of doing it rather than us two.
I think we could all go. Why not?
Are you sure about that?
Why not?
I don't really want to leave him alone.
He can come.
We just talked about this.
We dress him up, and so he won't be, noticed. You're the noble in our entourage in this scenario.
Should I just go by myself?
I'm tired of splitting everybody up. We just got together.
Okay, fine. Okay, Cass, let's head to the bedroom. We will fix you up, and then we'll get you all prettied up and looking nothing like yourself.
Yeah, I have some powders I can put in your hair.
Okay. This broad-shouldered, over 6 foot tall man is like, all right, let's doll me up.
We're gonna make him look like a real handsome, like a merchant man, you know?
We're gonna change him from Crown Prince to Duke of the North real quick.
Yeah.
I mean, his backstory's already got a Duke of the North feeling. That's enough for me.
I'm proficient in disguise kits and stuff like that, so I think I should be able to do
Both of you are.
Yeah, so I think we should be able to like combine our abilities together and be able to make him basically completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely don't see why that would be an issue.
Okay. You want us to roll anything or no? Performance.
Let's go ahead and give me. Yeah, give me your best performance. It's an art.
16.
23.
Okay, that's more than enough. You watch is a very like noble air about him. Cassiel walks into the back room, and when he walks out, he's wearing some fancy-ish clothes. He definitely looks like he could have been the son of a very powerful merchant magnate, like someone who could almost buy their noble title. And he goes, okay, well, I be honest with you, I feel like I'm wearing a lot more money than I probably should. Are we sure?
Remember, as haughty and like an asshole. Act like your cousin.
What? I'd have to shovel shit in my mouth for that.
Chew on some rocks.
Maybe just try to match somewhere between Mika and Zaylee's vibes.
What is that supposed to mean?
I think our vibes are immaculate.
I think so too.
He looks he looks at you, Mika, and he looks at you, Zaylee, and he looks over at Obsidian, and he goes, I think we make a quite fine pair, all three of us, in fact.
See?
I feel like Obsidian just
You created a monster. Are you happy?
Obsidian was midway through shrugging, but then as soon as Cass committed to the bit, Obsidian had like a look of horror on his face as he realizes once again he is juggling Cass.
You created a monster.
Ashia giggles because it's reminiscent of Prince Eric. Pre-adulthood. Pre-memory loss, pre-adulthood too.
Before you mellow down, he's just...
You know what? I think you're going to do great.
Oh, of course I'm going to do great. Have you seen me?
Exactly.
He's incapable of anything less.
Thank you, someone who recognizes true talent. I should have known the moment I saw the both of you. How long do I have to act like this?
Just until we get back.
Yeah.
Okay.
For when we're in public.
Yes.
I can do that.
All right.
Astro, can you do me a favor?
Of course. What's up?
Can you help us show me that this isn't going to go horribly bad?
Oh wait, we did doll Astria up too.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, we can make it look like Dahlia again.
Dahlia?
Oh,
Oh, you'll love her. Hold on, Astria, let's go. It just drags her away.
Drags it, yeah.
oh, whoa.
Oh, here we go again.
Wait, again? So, wait, before they bring her back out here, what am I in store for?
A very beautiful, very delicate flower, I think, is the most I can say.
Do you need us to roll again, or do you just want us to take the previous ones?
Yeah, sure, let's take the previous ones, and actually, you know what? Let's see how good it can get. Go ahead and roll again. You just won't do worse than what you have.
19.
28. I don't make ugly bitches, okay? Everyone I touch is beautiful.
Mika's just like, oh, this is how you do, like, don't blend into like society, and this is how you look like you don't how to make people not look at you. And Zana's like, I want them to look at her.
Listen, your eyeliner is going to cut anyone who looks at you.
That's exactly how I'd like.
Exactly.
Silly has
Cheeks chiseled.
I was hoping
Eyes
just a
snatched.
crumb of reassurance from my friends.
Do you have a picture that you use for Dahlia, or do you not have that anymore? I think you made one.
I do have it. Actually, hold on.
The return of Dahlia.
The last time we went to a library,
Was it
and I
Dahlia
had a
or
panic attack in
Astrid? I
church.
forgot. Because I'm looking at this image that I drew once, and it says Astrid.
Astrid?
Yeah, I have no idea what. I think we just went with Dahlia.
I think that was like the first one we did, but that was just like, oh no, it's too close.
Oh, yeah, that's true, that's true. There we go, that's the picture.
I still love her.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so Dahlia walks back out, and Cassiel is in the midst of just... Cassiel's talking to you, Obsidian, and he goes, I'm sure everything is going to be just fine. They're going to come out, we're going to go to this library, we're going to step right in with full of confidence, and I won't, you know...
And Obsidian is just going to grab him by the shoulder and slowly turn him.
Well, I mean, if they're coming out of
What's wrong?
Quick, help me find the words. They fell out of my mouth, and I need someone else to look because I can't take my eyes off of you.
Oh.
I don't get paid enough to pick those words up for you, my lord.
I do. Do you need help?
Yes, find me somewhere between the sun, the moon, and the stars, because she's above them. All of them.
Astria is blushing.
Oh, you got yourself a smooth talker.
Oh, God.
All right. We should go before I don't want to leave anymore.
You need to stop undressing her with your eyes and come on. Come on.
Let's go.
I have never respect them too much.
She will catch a cold at this rate, sir.
No one believes
You want
me.
to make over too, or?
I think I am fine, thank you.
Okay.
One time was more than enough.
Boo.
If you all,
It's fun.
Grafe speaks up and he goes, if you all don't mind, I'd rather hold down the fort. I'd hate for someone to sneak in and hide underneath the bed when I'm trying to nap.
Of course.
If that's what makes you comfortable.
Of course. Should I be listening out for anything, or should I just assume that it's you if you know about the ladder, or?
We should make up some sort of... actually, I have message. I'll send you a message once we are entering.
Okay. I will be on the alert otherwise.
Alright, let's go. To the library.
To the library.
To the library.
Boy, oh boy, how I do love books. I like reading. That's what a scholar sounds like, right?
No.
Oh.
Not at all.
Oh, I'm so tired. I never get any rest. Why are there always more books?
Try to be a little bit more enthusiastic. Someone
Oh,
between
I
you.
sure do love books. I'm so happy I don't get to sleep.
No. Just act like yourself.
All right.
Okay. Let's grab this. Boom, boom, boom. Okay.
BRB.
Gotcha. Let me swap in who's doing the talking then. That's all set. That's all set. Okay, cool. There we go. And that is set. Okay. So I'm going to get you guys shifted over. You make your way from the edge of the Commoners Market up through the checkpoint beyond the higher and thicker wall that protects the Nobles District. Making your way through to the kind of academy area of the Skylia Academia, you see prep students, the younger generation of the nobles, merchants who can afford it, and just the higher society of the nation. And eventually you find your way into one of the larger study areas. It is packed to the brim with the history, the culture, the expectations for noble education. And I am going to shift you there. As the party enters, you all are met with who you can only assume is the receptionist. They immediately slide beside them a book they seem to have been reading and greet you all. I'm just gonna get you all there. Library.
Books, please.
Okay, so as soon as y'all step in, the receptionist calls out and he goes, welcome to the First Academia Library. My name is Alexander. How can I help you?
Yes, you see, we are here with, Mikael Dustgazer. Motions towards Mika, even though I know they're away right now.
Mm-hmm.
We were simply wanting to peruse your books.
I see. And is the Lord Dustgazer a member of or a student of the Academy, or are you simply hoping to use the facility for your own personal knowledge?
Personal knowledge.
I see. I'm assuming these are guests that you were hoping to have join you then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well then, let me be the first to go ahead and welcome you all here. If you do need any help finding any particular subject or genre, feel free to ask. All of the areas here are separated via history, classics, mathematics, literature. It simply depends on what you're looking for, but feel free to peruse as you would be. And if you have any questions, again, feel free to ask.
Thank you very much. Could you point us in the direction of the history tomes?
Yes, of course. And rather than stand up, you watch as he kind of pulls a lever on his seat. His whole chair seems to rock a little bit before he rolls back, and kind of maneuvering around these corners, he goes and guides you towards the back of the building.
Yay. Drags Mika.
I drags them with you. and he brings you all the way back to this this back corner here. Yeah. So this entire section here, and he motions towards this corner, is filled with all of the history from the fractured wars to the establishment of the Skylian Kingdom, through all of its reigning kings and changes, listings of nobles, the changing of lands and hands, noble names that have come into Meek and fallen out of Meek. All of it should be here.
Thank you very much.
Of course. If you need any more assistance, simply let me know. We're just up at the front. And if no one else has anything to say, Alexander, we'll go ahead and roll back up to the front.
Oh my god, guys, it's the Library of Alexandria.
The Library of Alexander.
Yeah.
Dun, dun,
Anyway, I'm
dun.
back. Hello.
Alexander.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
This whole corner is the history section. And he said we're allowed to peruse.
What about that door? Is that where we came in?
No, we came in from way up there.
Down south.
There's a door over there. What
There
you
is a
think about
door
that
right there. We don't know what the door is.
What's behind that door?
I don't know. I'm about to find out. Anyway.
But we used your name to get in.
Oh, that's fine. We were gonna do that anyway.
Yep.
You want to talk about a place that brings back terrible memories? I remember being bored out of my mind.
Well, do you think you could, if you happen to see its spine, recognize the tome we're looking for?
I think I would. It is one of the bigger books in this place, so honestly, it'd be hard to miss.
Then
All right,
I
everyone.
suppose we
Thick book.
start searching for the thickums.
I remember watching over you while you were bored out of your mind.
I can only imagine you were more bored than I was. At least I could read something.
I had to force you to keep going.
All it was that or get to sleep, and who's choosing reading over sleeping? Really?
Yeah.
Our country's in great hands, y'all.
Only fucking nerds read. Hell yeah.
High five.
But outside of that, Cassiel is going to go shelf by shelf just to see if anything stands out to him as what he would have studied. What is everyone else doing?
Is there a sign on that door?
It doesn't have a sign.
We'll search here first, and then I'll pique my curiosity.
Very well. Who am I to stop you?
I don't think you could. I don't think anyone could.
I don't think I want to.
So what are you just looking for the biggest, most boring looking book?
I suppose so, and anything else that might pique our interest.
You want us to roll anything? Like
Yeah,
an investigation?
group roll.
Yeah, if I could
roll.
take a, if I can get a group investigation check as you look for any books that could be of use.
Meow.
Let's
I also,
not roll this at disadvantage.
as well as looking for that thick book, I want to look for anything that mentions the word planar or equinox or cult
Cult,
or
where to
anything
find
about
them?
the Elder Forest in general.
How to know you're in a cult?
Cults for dummies.
Okay. Are you in the midst of looking for your own personal search? Are you looking in just this section?
What other sections are there?
So in total, there are 5 sections. There's the history one that you're in right now. There's one that is for cultural significance. There is one that is strictly academia, sciences, maths. There's one in Arcana for the magics. And then there's the last section, which you're sure is probably only here to keep any and all of the nobles entertained, the fiction section.
Mm-hmm.
I think history would be the only place at this point.
Yeah, I don't think I would get anything out of an Arcana book.
Maybe
You s-
fiction? You might find something. You never know. They might hide things in like plain sight.
That's so true. I'ma skip off. Bye, guys.
Okay, I'll work for the history.
Where's the fiction at?
All right. The fiction is actually going to be right up here.
Yep, skips off.
Okay, let's take a look at these rolls. 13, 17, and Zaylee kind of shot you guys in the foot, huh?
Hey, I decided I'm not even there.
Yeah, that 5 was just her getting distracted.
That 5 was me having my own idea, getting ready to start searching and going, deuces, guys, and skip away.
Gotcha. Okay, well, with that roll then, you all search and you find, you find several books on the history. Some talk specifically about the Fracture War. Some talk about the founding nation, the oldest families, the truths behind their reputation that are buried within these tomes. But none of them stand out as anything more than at least what Cassiel is said to have read, and Mika. The main thing that kind of points to you to feel like is you're not getting any big knowledge out of it is that a lot of these books fall into that grouping that you studied in your general studies as a noble, and aren't much more than what you studied in the order.
Did they find anything on their end?
We can go and check with Zaylee. Zaylee, did you find anything on your end?
I don't know, are we keeping the 5?
No, I'll let you roll again. You're in a new section.
There we go.
I'll take 2.
22.
That was almost so bad.
It was
I
almost
know,
a 9.
I saw the 3 and I was like, ew.
So you go and peruse the section, looking for anything that stands out. It's mostly fiction. You see a lot of romance, a lot of adventure, a lot of things that nobles would probably want to read and think of themselves, things that keep their honor, boost their reputation. Finally, you get down to what is a smaller section. You can only assume it's something to give to maybe children while their noble parents are in here doing their studies, or maybe to just get them on the track of having a good mind state. But you find a child's book that says A Tale of Origins, that says The Tale of Origins by the Planar Equinox.
What the?
I knew it. I knew it.
These people have no right to write children's books. I'm gonna pick it up.
Okay, you have a book.
I'm gonna take the time to read it.
Okay. You take the time to read it, and it tells the story of a massive war that threatened to tear apart the entire world. And in the midst of it, the worst of calamities happened. The sea was angry and destroyed the land. The sky caught on fire. What was left of the air burned people's lungs and whipped across the lands, tearing apart like claws on flesh. The earth itself opened up, swallowing people left and right. And just when the world seemed to be on its brink, one person thought, let it go. The person dressed in red robes, their skin a blotch of pink and blue, a duality of hot and cold, fire and ice, one of longevity and entropy. This contrast in self sat at the middle of the world and simply let itself go. In the void that followed, the small girl found pieces of what were left of the world, individual pieces that she could use to build a new one. One hot as fire, the spark of passion that would motivate the people. Another, water, the building blocks of life that would fill the ocean, run fresh and salt, and create that new life. The third was air. It filled the space in between, separating everything from the void that it was and creating what it is today. The lastly was earth, in which the people would grow and live their lives. Once she had collected these pieces and thought to mold her world, she found that something was missing. The life had, no life. There was nothing to motivate them truly. Yes, they had passion. Yes, they could move. Yes, they could drink. They could be content. But there was nothing pushing them forward. That world seemed empty to her. And so, in a desperate attempt to finally create a world she was happy with, she pulled out a piece of her own heart and molded it into a partner. Someone who would walk amongst the people and simply guide them to be more, to want more. She then continued to sit at the middle of the world, guiding her partner to help the people and hopefully find a place that would never tear itself apart again, for the people would understand that she was a part of them, just as they were a part of her. And that's the end of the book.
Cecilia makes a disgusted look. I believe they just write this out plainly for children to read. They're gonna waltz over here.
Takes their book, disgusted.
Yup. Looks at everyone else.
You walk over and you see that Cassiel has pulled out a few books, mostly ones written in like the more recent times. It seems he's trying to familiarize himself with his own like kingdom, family, their standing. Like the whole point of the trip might have been lost a little bit in the mix of everything.
Anybody else?
Mika's looking at the books, but then they just look at the door. And then, how's Alexander looking?
Alexander looks to be, give me a perception check. You're kind of peering over some taller shelves, trying to see someone who is sitting.
Perception?
Mm-hmm.
8.
That's an 8. with that, I mean, you see Alexander. He's definitely just sitting towards the reception. You don't see like his hands moving or anything. He seems to be engrossed in a book.
I'm gonna sneak over there, so I'm just gonna roll this.
I'm just gonna roll this.
That's a 32.
Okay.
Damn.
How's that door looking? I'm gonna try it just gently, see if it opens.
Yeah, sure.
It not.
No, it is not.
I'm just gonna. How tall is this? Is this blocking me, or is it like?
It's like towards your shoulders. It's not blocking you completely.
Yeah, so I'll just crouch down and I'll just start trying to pick the lock.
Can you pick the library lock?
Yeah.
So you, when you go to, take your tools out and you go to move towards the lock again, you notice that the seal on your hand, that marks your actual position as acting Duke of your noble family, it starts to glow just slightly, and you see a small on the glass of the door, you see a small symbol light up in the middle of it of your family crest.
Huh? I put the thing to the basically like tried to do like a tap to pay kind of thing with my my smartwatch. I'm just gonna do that with the door.
Yeah, you press the back of your hand up against the glass, almost like in a mock knock. And as you rest it there for a second, not knowing what the next step would be, you hear an audible click as the door unlocks.
I'm just gonna like motion to my friends to just like, and then motion to Alexander, and then just gonna slip inside.
Gonna be so honest, I think Obsidian also lost the plot after he picked up a really thick book that was just talking about the history of his mountain.
Bruh.
Yep, it's got the history of your mountain. It talks about relevant people that helped the first king kind of like save people and hollow them away inside of the first of the caves, the first of your points where your people would settle. And it goes over all of their history.
You know, it's very fascinating, this sort of stuff. Normally, I've only ever heard of these things in oral tradition. Hey, Zaylee.
Hello.
Did you find anything?
Cult propaganda.
Huh?
Excuse me?
That's what it is. Yeah, she just kind of holds the children's book out in front of her, drops it on the table. Telling a very heroic tale of somebody who gave part of their own heart to try and rebuild and protect the world. We're just going to ignore the fact that all these natural catastrophes were happening because of the seals, you know. And that's totally not what she collected once this person came to ruin.
I mean, I remember reading this as a kid. It was a fun story.
You read it as a child. That's it. I'm taking this book with me. No one else is ever going to read this ever again.
But wait. How is this connected to the cult again?
I can only assume it has to do with her. First of all, it was written by them. Points at author. I don't know who.
Concerning?
But it's definitely written by somebody who's affiliated with them. And if I had to take a wild guess, the person who gave their heart to rebuild the world is probably my mother.
Hey, Zaylee.
Yes.
Do me a favor.
Yeah.
Can you give me a wisdom saving throw?
No, I don't want you. I'm not Venari. I don't have advantage.
It's been a long time.
I hate it here.
Zaylee talking about her mother proceeds to get trapped in her mind palace.
You ain't taking me today, Satan. 24. I ain't stabbing nobody in no library.
You gotta cast silence first.
At least let me do this first.
Is this what I was hoping for? Yep. For just a moment, Zaylee, these voices kind of echo in this quiet library. They fill your mind for a second, as if they're popping up right behind your ear, as if this place that was completely empty is suddenly filled with the voices trying to get your attention. And in a moment, they're gone.
She had very slowly started to put her hand on the hilt of her sword. And once the whispers stopped, she let go. This whole book is triggering.
I mean, if it is linked with the cult, I guess children shouldn't be reading it.
Is there any sort of date of publication? Can we tell if this book had been made during your mother's involvement in this stuff, or maybe beforehand?
It's a good question. Is there a date of publication?
No.
All right.
In
How
fact,
old does the book look?
The book actually looks fairly old. When you open it up to look towards the front pages to see if there was like any printing or anything of the like, you notice that written in the very front of it is it says first edition, and doesn't have it doesn't have like an out of number or anything like that. Other than it not being written in like someone's actual handwriting, like formal hand, you can only assume this is one of the first sets, if not maybe the first book of this story.
There are more to this story. Oh, I gotta go back.
Do you want help trying to find these?
I'm not leaving a single one here.
We might be able to get more context if we're able to find more.
I'm gonna scour these shelves again.
Astria, Cass speaks up and he goes, I know that she said something about her mother and this cult thing. Is she like personally invested in all of this?
Well, Astria looks at Saley.
Had already walked away. That'd be a good question to ask, huh?
It's okay. Well, I think don't worry too much about it.
Okay, I just, if someone's personally invested into something like that, it either comes with a great deal of motivation, but also it could blind them.
Oh, don't worry. Azalea wouldn't actually be part of the cult.
Okay, I'll trust you on that.
Yeah. No, she's not like that. Don't worry about it. She's just a little bit hyperfixated, but that's okay.
Okay.
I want to give you advantage on this roll, Zaylee.
Cass is gonna sit down and just start going over a few of the books that he's collected.
I think that interaction is hilarious because Zaylee most definitely was involuntarily inducted into this cult and is most definitely blinded by vengeance.
Also, while I'm in here, I'm gonna be looking for like inventory lists, ledger, something sort of thing, so I can see if they have the book. I think Cass did mention sort of a title, right? Not really. Like he knows it was a huge book, and like if I can kind of like piece that together, if I could.
Yeah, you know that you're looking for what is only described as a fairly massive book. Cass would have talked about how a lot of it was in basically he's sure that a lot of it is written and added to by only certain individuals because it's in common hand, not like a printing press or anything like that. It seems like you've stepped into someone's like either like back management office or the like. It's definitely more secured than the outside room. Even the windows that you can see have external bars that are kind of like keeping everything in.
Yeah, I'll go through the desk, try to look for inventory, and if that doesn't work, I'll just scan the shelves for something that matches that description.
Okay, so you when you send chat up there with you, there we go. When you look through the desk, you find a few different things. There seems to be a few letters that are simply addressed to like noble members. They're fairly old. You're not sure if maybe they're for the person who owns the office or the like, but eventually you find what seems to be a directory of sorts. It goes shelf by shelf. You're able to match up numbers and see what's here. A lot of it is definitely older history that talks specifically about noble families, their contributions, the things that got them their nobility, that any sacrifices that they had to make. You find books that are simply there to keep the kingdom in the best day that it could possibly be. You find, farming techniques. You find things of cultural significance, specific battles. Everything seems to line up with things that definitely should be secured, but not anything necessarily hidden away. Nothing at the very least that seems to notate any like hidden history.
I'll keep exploring the room then and just try to find. These are all bookshelves and stuff?
Yep, those are all bookshelves.
I'll check them first and then I'll go over there. Investigation and then. Right? Investigation?
Yes, it would be an investigation.
Oh, that almost was a 1. 22.
Yeah, so with that, you're able to find a lot of different books. One that seems to stand out in particular talks about the royal line, and how the first king of Skylia had a very kind of like dubious, unknown origin. Most people assumed that he was some kind of knight who had stepped away from the fighting, but people who delved into that research of who they were couldn't find parents, couldn't find grandparents, couldn't find any line of origin before them. And then through the book, it kind of dictates as their family line goes on. the infightings that were never made public for the royal family, of the change and succession of who is king, who is meant to be king, what happened to them. The royal family goes out of its way to make sure that the populace understands that they are very upstanding, very right. Even when it comes to the internal fighting, they know that any sign of blood on the crown is bad. So none of that is ever publicized. Even to some nobles, it's just not out there. Your family being one of the few that know that not everything is sunshine and rainbows, while most can assume that, they can only assume that it's general arguments, not bloodshed. But this book simply archives what your family mostly already knew. That's the really only thing of notice as you scan all of the books here.
So nothing that Cass wanted, basically.
Yeah, nothing that lends itself to an unknown history. No.
I'm gonna try this door. Does it do the tap to pay thing like the other door did?
Give me 1 second. Sorry, the cats decided to hate each other.
It's okay. That's what cats do.
Nya nya.
Nya 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 meow 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 meow.
Yeah, so you approach the door, and let me do that. There we go. So you approach the door, and you first try and reach for it with your sealed hand or tap against it, and there's no formal reaction that you can see of, at least.
Okay, back to traditional methods. I'm gonna try picking it.
Okay, go for it.
24.
24. You hear that distinct click of it opening, and then you hear another click as you're sure that it not only seems to have locked, your tools fall loose of your hands and fall to the floor.
It just relocked itself.
You can check.
Well, first of all, I'm just gonna pick my tools back up. Are they broken?
They don't seem to be broken now.
Okay. Son of a bitch.
Door seems to have relocked itself.
Can I examine the door?
Yeah, sure. Give me. I'll take a few checks. What do you think would work best?
I'm gonna see if it's magically, altered in any way. So I'm gonna use Arcana.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, that's a 920.
Hey.
Did it not go through?
Oh.
There we go. 20, 29, 20.
Yeah, so you are looking over the door, looking for anything, any magical signs, any glyphs or runes that seem to have been hidden, any magic writing. And that is when I've got to ask, Mika, what languages do you speak?
Celestial, Common, Elvish, Sylvan, Thieves' Cant.
So in a language that you don't understand, you hear a voice, and you're sure words are being spoken. They fill your mind and echo, though you're sure the room is silent. They're speaking almost directly into your brain. It sounds annoyed.
Can I send a message outside this room with the cantrip?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'm gonna send a message out to where Obsidian was when I last checked. Because I don't know where they actually are, so around that area.
What's the
can't see out
range
there.
on message?
120 feet.
Oh, I think we're still within range either way.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, I want to make I'll send it to Obsidian, and then I'll send it to Zaylee and stuff. And then I'll send it. I'll just send it to everyone, but just like take a few seconds each time. Well, I'm in the back room, and there's a voice speaking to me. It's speaking a tongue I don't understand. And can I repeat the words?
You are.
I have actor, so I could.
Yes, actually, give me a performance check.
Okay. My performance is pretty decent. 26.
Yes, you're able to repeat it back almost exactly. What languages do you all speak? We'll start with Obsidian.
Common and primordial.
Okay. Zaylee, what languages do you speak?
Infernal and undercommon.
Okay. Astria, what languages do you speak?
Common Dwarvish.
Okay. So the only person who understands is Obsidian, and
shit.
the what they're speaking in is primordial, and what they said was, that was very rude to stick something like that in my mouth.
So, Mika, I do not mean to alarm you in any way, but I think that door is alive and speaking primordial.
Is it some sort of elemental then?
Presumably? Maybe?
Would you like to try to sneak in here and try to talk to it yourself, or should I just relay conversation to you?
Let's start with relaying conversation. I don't know how you got in there after all.
I just opened a door, it's fine. You said I was good at breaking and entering. I didn't break anything, but I did enter. Either way, could you just tell me how to say I'm sorry?
Yeah, I can do that. Might be a little rusty, but and Obsidian will just act as translator.
I'm basically just gonna be just relaying messages back and forth. It's a cantrip, so I can do this as much as I want. So
Okay. So we'll keep that role for that performance just to kind of act as a relay. You're a little spotty in certain areas, but you can pretty much make your way through without too much issue. Go ahead and talk to it. I'll act as is.
okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't expect to have a door speak with me.
Of course, I'm a door with purpose.
And what would that purpose be?
I am the guardian of this plane. The one
This plane?
Yes, the plane that is the library.
I think, like, taking a phone call, Obsidian's just walking to the back corner of the library to have any of his, like, primordial translations not be heard.
I think you meant a reply mentally, so I don't think you need to speak it out.
But, like, he's not...
So he has to say it out loud.
He's walking himself through the process, probably, because it's been a while since he's actively needed to speak primordial. So, like, he's muttering out what he's helping to translate.
This is gonna be like a weird like telephone situation, but I'm gonna try to keep everyone in the loop as well because it's just message.
Gotcha.
Sorry. The library plane of existence. This is a plane, not just an area.
Do not overthink it. I simply am charged with guarding something that's very important.
See, you seem to be knowledgeable in at least the library. I'm looking for a particular book, and I'll try to describe it. The handwritten notes, relaying secret histories and stuff like that. Between you and me, it's for a very important person, and seeing as you're quite important yourself, I feel like you would be up to the challenge or up to helping people similar to you.
Considering I am the second oldest in this entire library, I can confirm I am, in fact, knowledgeable of everything here, and I do know of the book that you speak of.
Oh, do you now?
I do.
Do you know perhaps where I could find it?
Of course I do.
Would you like to share that with me?
I will not.
Okay, why not?
That is one of the many things behind me that I am charged with. And considering that you do not understand what it means to have permission, I cannot grant you.
So, I require permission to enter?
Yes.
See, the problem being with that is that this is... As I said before, this is for a very important person, and as you are old as you say you are, you should know about the sudden disappearance of a certain crown prince, correct?
It is cataloged somewhere.
You should know that he is in danger and he needs to have this information. Would you like me to bring him to you so you could see, or?
I'm sure if the young prince who would be king is here, and you could provide him with me, I'm sure he could either grant you permission or you could simply ask nicely.
As in me ask nicely to you, or just ask him nicely, or?
How would you perceive that question?
I'll go get him. First of all, Mika's gonna just ask, is Alexander still busy?
Glances over.
You glance over. Alexander is like the face down in the book. Whatever he's reading, it's got him like hooked.
Yeah, he's mentally elsewhere.
Right. I'm gonna open the door quickly, crouch down, and then just motion for Cassiel to come over.
Should I come along too?
I think just him. It's fine.
Okay.
Cassiel stands up and yeah, Brett, on a scale of 1 to 10, how smooth do you think Cassiel is? I kinda
4.
A 4? Okay.
A solid 5.
Solid 5. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He has experience.
Okay.
He lost most of it. He forgot it.
Solid 5. Oh, solid 5. Okay. Cassiel is gonna stand up. He's gonna try and make his way over. Okay.
I'm just gonna put my hand on his head and just like push him down so he's like
You need to duck.
yeah, and then I'll sneak him in to through the door.
Okay. So he steps in. Okay.
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 And then I'll just like bring him over to the door.
This is bringing back some memories here.
I don't want to know what kind of memories. What are these memories?
Well, I remember doing some studying in this room.
Oh, okay. So not okay. I was assuming the worst
What?
of you. I'm sorry.
What?
Never mind. Anyway,
Okay.
let's go say hello to this door.
Wait, we're greeting a door?
Yes, it can speak.
It can speak.
Yes. Say hello
Okay.
to the door.
How do you
Introduce
do?
yourself as well
I am
with your real name.
okay.
There's a lot of instructions being put.
In primordial.
How do you do? I am Eric Skylia. The voice starts speaking. Mika, as you handle the relay, you're kind of seconds behind as, to your surprise, Cassiel actually starts responding in kind, in that language. And they talk back and forth for a moment.
Sorry, I was just like, well, damn.
And after a few lines of dialogue back and forth, Cassiel looks over at you. Did you shove something in the door's mouth?
Sorry, it was locked, so I shoved my thieves' tools in its mouth. In its lock keyhole.
It's very upset about that.
I'm very sorry. I apologized.
Okay,
I'm not a dentist, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I don't think you broke any of his teeth in there. Well, I asked for permission, and it's granted me permission. I don't have the ability to take the book out of the room.
Am I allowed to go in there for your safety, or do I have to stay out here?
Did you ask for permission?
Can I come in too?
Cassiel will give you the words to ask.
Yeah, instead of like relaying, it just suddenly goes quiet for Obsidian.
And
Mika, is everything okay?
Snake.
Once you ask for permission, you hear a few more words, and Cassiel goes, "Wait, did you not think to ask for permission the first time?"
No.
Okay, that's all you had to do.
Normally doors... Never mind.
He said he told you to ask for permission.
I usually have to get permission from a superior officer, and then I ask for permission. They ask for permission for... It's a whole lot of red tape. I'm sorry.
Okay, well...
You need to read the book anyway. It's fine. It's better this way.
Well, with that then, Cassiel walks up, tries the door, and it opens.
I think we found the book. Yeah, I'm just gonna message everyone. I think we found the book, so if Alexander just notices we're missing, just tell him we went somewhere, duty call, something so forth. I'll lead Cassiel out when we are finished here.
It's okay. We can cause a distraction. I'm good at that.
Of course, darling. Anyway, yep, I'm just waiting for Cass to go in, and then I'll follow in behind.
Gotcha. Let me shift chat really quick. There we go. So, Cassiel's gonna make his way in, and he again looks around the room as if he's kind of caught off guard and goes, "Well, this room has got a lot of concerning things in it."
Like what?
Well,
oh, the human skull.
Points towards the back of the room.
Ah, yes, the human skull. That would make sense.
Okay, well, I think this is the book. And you watch as Cassiel tries to lift it, and he goes, "Oh, yep, this is it."
I think it should just be left in the podium.
Okay. Sets it back down. Hear a thump as it falls. Okay.
Yeah, we would need obsidian for that.
Alrighty. Well, am I looking for something in particular in this book? I mean, it's super thick, so I'm assuming it's got a lot.
I think God, what was it? First of all, read and see if it jogs any core memories for you. Secondly, let's see if there's anything regarding the seals.
Okay.
That's all we wanted to know, right? I think. To everybody.
I think.
I believe so.
I think that's the only two things that we needed to worry about, right?
Okay. So you watch as Cassiel flips through the books or flips through the pages, and something that you notice as you watch as he flips through the pages, there are small tabs that indicate which you can only assume are like separations, maybe chapters in the book. But instead of being named after chapter names or having like individual like titles about what it would be about, each tab has a different name on it.
Is this in a language I can read? Like common?
Yeah, it's in common.
What are like the names, examples?
Well, you see, I can find where I've put these other notes. So you see key figures. The very first tab is marked Ebonics Skylia. Other names that stand out, where are my names here? One name that stands out, though kind of strange that it's in this book. One, Jean Baptiste Boudreau. And of course, they're not in these particular notes. Me.
I misspelled the hell out of that name.
One of the names, though, that stands out the most to you, though, is you see one of the more recent tabs is named Lucilius.
Oh.
But the most recent tab, which is where Castiel seems to be spending a lot of his time reading, is do this here. The most recent tab is Emil Skylia.
That's the current.
Yep, that is the most recent tab, and it's what Eric is reading right now.
Okay.
Or what Cass is reading right now.
I'll just keep note of these names for now.
Okay. All right. Well, these seals are mentioned here. They're very old. There's notice here well before the Fracture War. They talk about independent branches of the order that were supposed to be set to keep them hidden and defend them. Not sure from what. Oh. The first hero was murdered.
Murdered?
Murdered.
By who?
It seems that she had a right-hand man, a first in command, who she trusted her back with, and it got her killed.
I'm assuming the walls in here are too thick for me to convey messages outside, right? Like this
Once
is like
you're in the room, if you've tried message, you would have known that it would have failed.
Yeah, I just assumed because I think the walls would be bigger here.
You're met with a dial tone.
Yeah.
That, or you're just like technically in a different plane.
That is strange. Huh.
Okay, let's see. Going back over this, yep. So it looks like she died of her wounds. What became of this first in command, we're not sure. He apparently perished in a sinking. You watched the turn several pages earlier. Oh wow, the sinking of an entire island. I'm not sure if it's the power of one of the seals or what, but it says here that they had what made them the right hand was their ability to turn the people towards the hero and make them see reason in a world thrown to chaos, as if able to speak directly into their hearts.
Freaking Mickle looking ass.
Okay, but I've got seals here. I've got I'm sorry, what else am I looking for?
Just anything that would jog your memory.
Okay, well, let me just read more of this.
Maybe reports about your disappearance.
Yes. Okay, so words from my father. Looks like he feels some type of guilt over my disappearance. It looks like he is most certainly sure that I am dead. He does have people that he blames. He blames my uncle, but he also blames himself for just not acting when he thought he should have. Let's see. It seems there was someone he made a deal with. In order to continue to be the greatest king in history, he had to foresee a change in the world being brought about by the equinox. A plane remade anew, one that required a strong king. I don't get where the guilt for me comes in. Where is it? And you watch as Cassiel more frantically goes through the pages. Mika, with your passive perception, you notice that in the eyes of the skull at the back of the room, these itty bitty tiny white pinpricks have appeared.
I think it's time to go.
wait, I'm almost at the end of where his last context is.
No. It's time. We've been here long enough. I'll try to pry him from the book.
When you try and separate him from the book, he turns one more page, and you see that on the most recent entry, which you're not sure how long ago this is, but the ink is definitely fresher than what was on the other pages. The king talks about how he's created so many issues and so many tragedies to dishearten the people, and how he's not even sure anymore if the king that was talked about in the deal that he made is even him. And with that, Castiel kind of like drops his, he frees himself of the book, and he goes, "Okay, we can leave now."
Yes, we should. Yeah, I'll take him and lead him out quietly.
Gotcha.
I'll push him out first, though.
Did I find a second book?
Yeah, did we find any more
I'll just thank the door
books?
and wish them a good day in Primordial.
I've been patient.
You have been patient. I'm sorry. Did you already roll an investigation check?
Yeah.
What was it?
22.
22.
22. You search the bookshelves looking for a second entry. This one, it's slightly less obvious than the first one. You do find a second book that talks about it's titled "The Ungrateful Remain," and it is written by a H. Equinox.
Okay.
The first one. The Grateful Dead.
That's a band reference.
But yeah, that seems to be the follow-up book to this.
Okay. I read it.
Yeah. So you pick it up, and when you open it up, you do see that it is signed. H. Equinox. It is written in common hand, so you're sure that you're looking at, if not someone who physically copied it, then you're looking at the first copy of this book, and it speaks about following from that story. It speaks about how the girl at the center of the world, here we go. I talked about how the girl at the center of the world basically had her partner that she made from a piece of her heart, and basically wanted to separate itself from her. It had felt too much. It had been amongst the people for too long, and felt that it could no longer sit idly by and deal with just what she had created and letting it run its course as someone who was meant to guide. It wanted to be something that could lead. But with her influence over it, its emotional state, its feeling, its being tied back to her, it knew that it couldn't. So it devised a way in order to rid itself of the piece of the heart that linked it to the girl at the middle of the world. And in doing so, it turned itself into a monster. And while the story is much longer, it goes through how they managed to do that, the catastrophes that were in its wake as it tried to lead, but without the influence to kind of keep its heart at the center of things. It made very rational, very methodical, very consequential, or very heavy consequence laden decisions. The girl who had the piece of their heart removed found it simply floating in the world, in need of a new vessel, someone that could speak for what the world thought was right, to its past, its present, and future, and stop the coming catastrophe, a new world to be destroyed and maybe not even remade. Of course, what could she do at the middle of the world with a piece of her heart now lost in it? And it ends kind of open-ended like that.
I would like to think closer to the end of you reading that book, Obsidian would have came back from the phone call and just given a glance and only had to say, "This doesn't seem much like a children's book anymore."
No, it doesn't. Reads more like a mythos, doesn't it?
If not a mythos, then almost a prophecy?
One that I feel we are a little too close to.
Uncomfortably so, yeah. You want to take this one too?
Zaylee is not putting those books back. They belong to her now.
Obsidian's just sort of nodding his head along, and though he doesn't say anything, you can kind of see in his eyes, Zaylee, that he's just thinking, okay, we're committing a crime today.
We're not committing a crime. We're borrowing a book from a library. That's a perfectly normal thing to do.
So you say.
Whether or not I return it, that's on me. Whether or not I'll let them know that I'm checking it out is another story too, but
That's where the
Sounds
crime
like-
comes in.
it's not your problem. I have a question. For the DM.
Yes, I can have an answer.
Omen
Uh-huh.
has told us about a little bit about what had happened to them in the cult, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they underwent some sort of ritual and all that fun stuff.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. I put thoughts in my head for discussing later.
Okay. Astria, were you up to anything?
Oh, not really. Just listening along to what Zaylee has been reading. She is wondering how it is down there. She has attachment issues.
It's okay. Zaylee would fill you in on what they found. Would explain the book. Let you guys look over it if you wanted to.
This is a terrible children's book.
You're telling me.
I'll let them know as soon as we're out, that we're coming out. And we have stuff to talk about, and
Yes,
away
we
from
do.
here.
Yep.
So yeah. I'll ask him again, is he paying attention or no?
Cassio?
No.
Alexander.
Oh,
Yeah, asking
Alexander.
them outside, yeah.
Peeks around.
You check on Alexander. You hear an audible gasp. His book's getting good.
Yeah, I think you're in the clear.
Alright.
think this place could be set on fire and he wouldn't notice.
Can I relock the door in the same way that I did unlocking it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just by putting the stone to it?
Mm-hmm. You put your hand to the back of the door, and after a short while, you hear an audible click.
All right, let's go and discuss everything back at the safe house.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
To the safe house.
Okay.
Batman transition.
So I am going to just gather you guys here, but I'm not going to make you do all of the walking. Alexander doesn't say much as you all exit. Simply bids you all a good day.
Cool.
And I'm going to get you all shifted back over to the safe house.
Yeah.
Man, it's really easy to steal books, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they don't have like sensors or anything at this library.
Yeah,
Put that shit in my bag of holding and we were out.
just going to bring you guys back here. And pow. Okay, so you make your way up and you send off your message to Gray, and Gray is pretty much just sitting by. He's paying attention to the door. As you make your way up, you notice that he is in the midst of putting down a small club that he had next to him.
Woo, Tiger.
But outside of that, you're able to return. You see that he has looks like a small bowl of stew. There's more in a pot on the stove.
You shall make yourself at home quickly.
I figured if I must be hungry, then you all walking around doing your investigations must be starving.
I appreciate that sentiment.
Thank you very much. That's very considerate.
It's fine. You are quite welcome. I do a bit more than driving and moving. I know I try not to get myself involved too much into what you all are doing for my own safety, but making sure that you all are full and get where you need to on time, I can do that.
It's okay. Do you need paid again? Have we not paid you recently?
He's like that Spider-Man meme where it's like, we have money. Oh, thank God. No, he goes, no, it's completely fine. I just would have felt bad if something had happened to you while you were out on the road while I was sitting there holding down the fort.
Well, thank you very much. Gives him a gold.
I think Obsidian's just going to, when everybody else is shuffling in, kind of palm him a platinum because he feels bad.
We're just like, we're so sorry we keep dragging you around. Here, have some money.
Like, this man knows too much for us to let him go, and so he deserves to be compensated as far as Obsidian's concerned.
It's okay. I'm pretty sure we recently gave him 100 gold. So
he's going to pocket the money. It's one step closer to getting his shop back.
Oh!
Oh yeah, we forgot about that, huh?
It's been so long.
Session 1, baby.
Oh no.
It's okay. It's okay. It's not like it was his
It's
dream
alright,
or anything.
buddy. By the time we're done with what we're doing, we're gonna open you up a fantabulous shop. Don't you worry.
The bestest shop in whatever city you want.
He's gonna work at the magic shop in the fucking multiverse.
In the multiverse, he's now a multiverse traveler. He provides transport.
Yeah. Okay, so we've learned some interesting tidbits.
Such as?
One, it appears that a lot of the history has been confirmed from that book. It seemed to be a written account of the history of the country. Well, continent? Country?
Both.
Kingdom?
Kingdom? A written account of the kingdom over the past generations of kings and others that appeared to be in power at the time. There were names such as Ebonix Scalia. There was a name that was quite concerning, well, not concerning, more interesting, of Lucilius, which is the leader of the organization that I am a part of, and obviously Cassio's father, Emil. A lot of the accounts seem to be confirmation of information that we already knew. The end, or the general, or the right hand, did kill the hero. I think we learned that a while back. And he also said that he wishes to revive them, which is such a strange concept to me. There was something about the island that we know that is in the middle of the lake, that had sunk down, unbeknownst to whether it was caused by a seal or otherwise. And also that, well, I think Cass should explain the rest regarding it.
My father made a deal with someone, I'm assuming someone who's a part of the planar equinox, that a new world would be made and that world would need a strong king. And he made some regrettable decisions in order to be the king that world would need. And now he is showing regret as he feels like his mind and his health are fading, and that he might have made this deal not realizing that he was not the king being spoken of when the deal was made.
No mention of who he made a deal with or what he made a deal with?
He said that it was a woman who he said that it was a woman who could see a new beginning.
Mother, when I catch you, mother. Mother, when I catch you, mother.
In either way, it looks like that he did accept the proposal to have me married to Imril to increase his position over Cornelius. And when I ran away, he decided that it was time to have me come home and fulfill that role. But before he could do that, some moves were made that caused me to disappear out of his view. And so he blamed himself in trying to force the marriage and causing me to leave in the first place that left me open to attack. He's almost 100% sure that it's something to do with Cornelius and Caspian, but since he has no proof and it is beholden to a king to keep the reputation of the royal family unblemished, he can't blame them, at least not in the open.
I'm gonna send a message to Astria and mention, your dream. Should we tell him about that?
I think I told everyone.
Yeah, but did you tell him?
He was he not in the room when I...
Or you talked about how his father did it to him?
Yeah.
I don't know. He didn't?
I think it was brought up earlier today.
It was.
He
Yeah,
didn't react to it.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
It's very strange.
It's up to you.
Yeah, I think I'll just like message not message, mention about the dream I had again. And that it would correlate with what Cass is saying.
Astria had a dream or a vision saying, well, she asked, on good authority, most of the information came to be true. She asked, who did this to you? And it replied, your father. It didn't make no mention of your uncle, your cousin, or anything.
Then he's either omitted his true faults in all of this from the one standing historical book of the truth, or I don't know anymore. All I know is that he's in his guilt or inability to follow through with what he signed himself up for. He's left the country in worse hands. None of them all are worthy of the throne.
So what do we do about it? He already knows what he did. I don't think bringing it to his attention is going to do any good.
Another minor thing, which is why we rushed out of there. There was a skull in the back of the room. And towards the end, I could see something watching us.
Well, isn't that swell?
Yes.
And that something wasn't just related to the entity that made up the room?
I don't know. And I didn't want to stick around to find out. I'm just going to assume the worst of it.
Yeah, best case scenario, it's the entity you were speaking to. Second best case scenario, it's another entity that happened to live within the area. Worst case scenario, it's somebody we don't want to know what we're up to.
Regardless, Cass may have been, well, disguised, but I don't know if it mattered. I certainly wasn't, so my face at least is known.
I think we need to decide of our plans what we're going with. Now that we have more information.
A lot of it is just confirmation on what we already know.
Oh, yes, I stole some books.
Oh, okay. You did bring my name up, correct? I'll have to foot the bill.
Oh, it'll be fine.
Anyway.
Daly will share the books so that you can see them too.
Okay. If I remember correctly, it was basically like a
telling of the original disasters.
Yeah. Like
how a vessel broke into parts.
Yeah.
What's that thing called?
Becoming the seals.
Yeah. What is it called? Like a origin theory or whatever it's called? I forgot what the actual word is called. But a tale of origins of the world, basically.
Yeah.
Creation story.
And then this, Yeah.
Or creation mythos.
Yeah, creation mythos. Yeah, creation myth. There we go.
Yeah, and then the second book seems very much cult activity. Because I have some ideas of what the ritual is that I was put through. If I'm putting context clues together, I think that my mother is using the cult to try and find this new vessel and puts young children through a ritual to see if they're fit to be said vessel.
A vessel to be what exactly?
To hold the heart that hopefully will bring a new world.
Another beginning of the end, then.
It seems like it may have something to do with the seals because they were slightly mentioned. And the idea of one singular entity being shattered into several other pieces, which so happen to correspond with the elements that make up our world, seems to at least allude to the theories that what they are.
Yes, so it seems that the cult will need 1, to find their vessel, 2, complete the ritual to bring the vessel together with their heart, and then 3, have possession of all the seals so that they can go about their final creation. It also makes me wonder what that means my own personal pact is connected to.
Doesn't really explain much, does it?
Makes me wonder. I do have a couple of ideas.
Regardless, now that something knows we're active and something knows we're here, I suppose the next best thing is, like Obsidian said, is to act right away. Going out into public does put a target on our dear friend's back, but it's also the best way to keep him safe because he's now in the public eye again.
With him in the public eye, assuming we're allowed to find a means by which for us to accompany him, we would be able to enter the castle as we see fit.
Yes.
But what happens of him once we leave the castle?
Well,
Because
then maybe-
if...
Well, because if we bring him to light, then that means my name will be cleared, wouldn't it?
It would.
However,
way-
it makes him a sitting duck.
We do
It
have the
says-
rest of the Iron Gate Guild, though, which is important, because...
There's the Iron Gate and the Storm Roses.
which are neutral third parties that we are very closely affiliated with.
Yes, but it puts him in proximity to his father, who we now know doesn't entirely have his hands clean. And then the acting crown prince and his own father.
We could always keep him safe in the meantime, seeing as his life was put in danger, that his private residence would be kept a secret, and his protection would be left up to the people that are most trusted. It'll buy us time, at least.
Well, I'm willing to be tied back up with the royal palace and deal with all of the dangers that come there. If we can get the Iron Gate Guild off of the scrutiny of everyone in the kingdom and back into good graces, I might be able to use them as a resource along with their safe houses to stay out of their reach if things go south. It does mean being ousted from the capital again, but if I'm able to act as a distraction for Cornelius and Caspian and my father and throw a wrench into the proceeding of their plans, I'm sure that whatever hopes the cult has based on them will at least be held back. Maybe enough for you all to figure out what's going on with them. Or at least collect the seal that's supposed to be there.
Obviously, what we want out of this is the seal, but your safety is just as important. So I think we would want to find some way in which to perhaps, bare minimum, incriminate your cousin in the acts that he had done at that banquet.
He didn't necessarily do anything incriminating, though.
He did sell state secrets to an outside party and a known cult in front of many people who can testify against him.
And he'd abandoned those self-same people to die when his own needs were met.
We can damage his credibility and put Cassiel up on a pedestal at least.
Well, I don't think that is a bad idea. To put it bluntly, no one likes Caspian. Damaging his reputation is not a hard task to do. And as much as bragging as it sounds, I was the favorite because I actually cared about people. In that book, my father wrote that he was doing a lot to dishearten the people. I don't know why he would do that. If the idea were to rule over a new world, you would think he'd want the people to like him. How does taking away the air that cares about them and putting them in the situation where everything about their world seems to be coming to an end help?
I think it doesn't necessarily help him. However, it makes the person who has to come and clean up the mess look very good.
It does. Either way.
So if it means dethroning him, it would make it very much in the other party's favor.
So that means any party that could really step in and do that, Caspian or Cornelius or the both of them, would look like heroes if they were able to take out or remove a failing king.
Yep, unfortunately. At that point, it doesn't really matter what Caspian's reputation is.
He's the one who stood up. Well, the best thing to do is to go public with it, I think. Doing things in the shadows. We've been doing that a lot lately. But I think we have enough material to actually make somewhat of a splash, so to speak.
Well, do we want to make a spectacle, or do we want to go about this we seek an audience sort of way?
I think parading down the street, holding him up on a noble white horse would be the best, but that's just me being petty.
Maybe we play this small, starting with having our dear prince addressing issues and having people naturally gravitate to him. There's got to be some people in the city who would welcome your return, and we can entrust them to begin to spread the word naturally while we gravitate towards the castle.
Do we want to start spreading rumors? I'm very good at that.
I am too. I think while we do that, Astria and Cassiel should well, Eric at that point, should go to the Iron Gate Guild and try to explain things.
I can accompany them in doing so.
Hmm.
I
Make
think
sure
that would be a
things
good
stay
idea.
amicable and everybody is safe.
The faster we clear Astria's name, the faster we can get the resources of the Iron Gate Guild. They're an unaffiliated third party, right? They're not like pawns of the king, as far as we know.
No. You've got it right. They're unaffiliated third party. Most of their clientele are nobility. They're mostly in it for just protection, but they're a very strong unified group underneath Astria's father. They have lost a lot of reputation after everything that's gone on with Cassiel behind the scenes, or Eric behind the scenes. But again, that's on a need to know basis for certain nobles, but most nobles still employ them regularly.
So the better we can get their get their reputation back up by showing that, hey, this person that you thought was actually a villain was actually looking for them the entire time and they found them. That's probably the best, right? Yeah.
I think so too.
Meanwhile, Zaylee and Mika can go spread rumors around saying like the prince's I guess we're just going to be spreading the rumor,
The truth.
Yeah,
I
basically,
think.
I think we're going to be spreading the truth.
Oh, did you hear? I heard that the prince wasn't even sick. He was actually missing.
Yeah, he was kidnapped. Something about Caspian, so on and so forth.
He was kidnapped, and it was the daughter of Astria's family who helped him.
I think we should just focus on getting Caspian's name thrown in through the fucking shit and leave the secret, because Astria is not a well-known name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
and
think it was mentioned in the first place about.
Yeah, it was literally given to Mika and Zaylee that like it was like a top secret mission to both of us to find her.
So hear me out then. The prince is back. The prince had been kidnapped, and
We think that Caspian is behind it.
We think that Caspian is behind it, and while the prince himself was missing, Caspian was busy conspiring against the kingdom.
Yes.
yeah, basically.
Yeah.
The method is to spread several different rumors that are just parts of that, so it doesn't sound like one big rumor. It comes together.
Yeah.
From multiple mouths,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess we can do that over the course of the next few days.
Hit up the taverns, the marketplaces where people gather.
Yeah. And you can get your, your hummingbirds?
I can see if any of them are in the capital.
Yeah. That would be very helpful. The more, the better. And I have not reported to my superiors in quite some time, so I'm not going to.
This is a problem. It's a problem for tomorrow.
Because I don't trust my own order.
I mean, some of them are involved, so that's understandable.
Yeah.
But, if there are no other hummingbirds in the capital, then at the very least, I do know that there is a Midnight Ambition outpost here. Because I've been there before.
Alright. That sounds like a plan, then.
Yeah, we're gonna go spread rumors.
Yeah.
Which is actually the truth.
And Astria is going to clear their name after how many? 35 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, with that then, plans set in motion. It's going to take a few days to get everything kind of in place to have it spread and saturate, but you have an acting plan that once is up in the air should get you all what you need as far as access, disruption of enemy plans, the ousting of corrupted individuals inside of the royal palace, and hopefully even more of a leg up on the schemes of, well, the cult. And hopefully this is one step closer to you all getting your hands on them. But until then, until these plans are in motion, and until you can guarantee the success, everything remains up in the air. And that's something that we'll have to find the conclusion to in our next session of Capricious Reverie.
Woohoo!
Yuffie.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 Yer.
Productive session. Are you okay?
Never.
Yar.
Yarr.
Yarp.
Yar.
All right. Well, with that, I can say for sure, thank you everybody for showing up. Thank you so much for the raids. Thank you so much for the resubscriptions. You all don't have to wait long for more D&D. I think our next D&D game is going to be this coming Tuesday. I know we've got one break in a D&D game that's going to be coming up soon because of scheduling, but that's not for a bit. We'll let you guys know about that, but we're going to see most of you guys back on Tuesday. If you're looking forward to the next Capri, we should hopefully be back in the next 2 weeks, so you can get more of it there. But for now, let's find someone to raid.
Yerp. Yerp.
Who is playing Dungeons and Dragons right now?
There's a lot of people. There's a fair bit.
My goodness, yeah, for once there's multiple people.
Not a lot of YouTubers. I can see like 2. Someone's playing Curse of Strahd, lucky bastards.
Vampires.
Let's see. There's Overshadow, the Commission D&D, Donyen. There's Anthem Archive, they look really cool.
Wow, who's that?
Man, never heard of them before, but they sure look amazing.
Vagabonds VR, they're in episode 40 of their campaign, that's crazy. They're 5 more ahead of us. Is this a fucking Stardew game?
Day in Space.
Lazarus Delise, who is a ping tuber. And that's all I can really see. I think everyone else is
There's also
speaking of it-
Master Tamari, it looks like.
or dead. If it don't work, we can always just go with 2
You can go to work
VTubers.
with Claude.
Go to VTubers, yeah. We go raid the
Ooh.
VTubers.
Caster's playing Dead by Daylight.
Oh,
Cator.
Kador.
Alrighty. You know what? I don't get the chance to raid Caster very often. I'm gonna go and raid Caster. Cator. Alright. Let's get this pulled up here. Alright, everyone. We're gonna go say hello to Caster. They're in the midst of playing Dead by Daylight. I'll let you guys know when we can play more D&D. You can pay attention to Twitter to get more insight on that. But until then, I hope you guys have a good rest of your night. Go say hello to Cator for me.
Kador.
Bye-bye now.
Someone help me.
It's either fucking bark or I.
Oh. Meow.
Wow.